well. Now, it's governed by a town council with about 7 seats. And a number of localities that we're seeing have been developing in Rundu since independence, becoming a bustling town and capital of the Kavango East. The oldest houses in Rundu, in fact, are in the Katutura area. And the houses are mainly 2-bedroom homes with large backyards, even though they are situated next to the central business district. On the west is Tutungeni, which means let's build. And this area was previously occupied by the executives of the white-dominated business places. But now it is an open for any willing buyer in need of a quiet neighborhood. On the east side of Rundu is Safari. And of course, some middle-priced houses built already in the 1970s. The 3 main localities dominated Rundu residential life up until the turn of the millennium in 2000, when a number of new housing projects were developed in that space. Of course, the more famously named Millennium Park, amongst others. 2 other, of course, were constructed by the NHE, Queens and Kings Parks, respectively, and a number of other new residential areas have also developed in that space. But more popularly, many of the town's residents will be familiar with Gehemu, Kaisosi, also known by the locals as Kali, Soyema and Dama, some of the most informal areas, while Donkeruk, of course, is also one of the latest ones that came up a couple of years ago and rapidly becoming formal since the Build Together campaign started in 1992 and part of course, some of the development plans by government.
We are now expecting the casket to be placed at its designated place or position, and as I told you earlier that the 2 chaplains, the one from the Navy and the one from the Army, Lieutenant Colonel Simon Hamukonda and Commander Josephat Ruben Ngutora, they are the ones now in front leading, while in the background you can hear the military band or the Navy band paying a courtesy or paying a respect or an honor to the arrival of the casket at the venue. So, and then the quarter guard at the same time has also adopted a general salute position. And one important aspect or one fact that you can observe from these bearers and pallbearers, they are all in one step. They are not in 2 different steps. They are all marching in one step, although they are 2 different lines. You can see that they are all in one step, all of them, from front to the rear. They are marching in one step, which shows the professionalism of the force and the members who are currently participating in the whole procession. And the other thing is for you to be in one step. It requires one to have discipline, because if you are not disciplined, you will not know the drilling. And you will not even listen to the instruction of the commander or whoever is giving the word of command. So it is very, very important that you are disciplined in the Namibian Defence Force or in any force where you go. And discipline starts with drilling.
So if the drill, if one of the soldiers are out, then we know that that's a sign of ill discipline on their part.
You have to identify who's in discipline here. Because they'll say, no, this guy is in discipline. But when you are disciplined, you always maintain the standard in the Defence Force.
There we see, of course, the Chief Mourner will be represented by Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. Of course, also former Deputy Minister of Justice, full Minister of Justice as well, formerly, and Member of Parliament since 2000. Quite a senior political figure in the regions as well, Kavango East and Kavango West. And he will be welcomed by Bonifacius Wakudumo, the Honorable Governor of the Kavango East Region. Of course, he's getting support also from the Kavango West Regional Governor, as this memorial service basically is a combination of those 2 regions before heading over to Zambezi region tomorrow. The body of the founding will, of course, be laying in state immediately after the memorial service is concluded. benediction, an opportunity for members of the public to come and pay respects to their founding father. That will happen, of course, overnight until 6 in the morning tomorrow. And at any given time, the public will be welcome to go and view the body.
Exactly. The public will have that opportunity throughout the night to come and view and pay their last respect to the founding President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nujoma. So even those who are still far, who could not make it on time to attend the memorial service, they can still make their ways later on during the day or during the evening or during early morning, so that they can come and pay their last respect. And exactly at 6 o'clock, the military will start preparing now the casket to go back to Rundu airport and then make its way to Katima Mulilo, which is Zambezi region, where the fourth memorial service is going to take place in Mapacha Sports Stadium.
Of course, some visuals that we're seeing there from the Rundu Sports Stadium. Rain has been downpouring for the last hour and a half, and that still has not deterred mourners from showing up to the stadium to go and pay their last respects. In a few minutes from now, we'll be crossing over and then heading over to the master of ceremony, that is Comrade Patrick Hangura. That will be supported by the Regional Education Director there in the Kavango East Region to lead the memorial service as Masters of Ceremony this afternoon.
I think the Director of Ceremony is just waiting for the military to conclude their activity of placing the casket at the right position, and immediately the bearers and pallbearers will withdraw. They will withdraw from the casket. The responsibility will be now with vigil guards. The vigil guards will move in and start guarding the casket from now throughout the memorial service until tomorrow morning. They will be responsible to guard the casket, to make sure that security is provided throughout the night.
Well, for now, let's really cross over to the stadium and get the sense as they get ready to commence with the memorial service.
Every time that bearers and pallbearers are approaching or withdrawing from the casket, they have to pay respect. And that respect is by saluting. And that salute, it's a slow motion salute. So we have been observing this throughout. You cannot just come, place the casket there, and then withdraw.
All right. Let's quickly cross over to the stadium and hear from the activities that are taking place there.
Shall we remain standing for the national and AU anthems led by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. Thank you. You may be seated. Let us allow the Namibian Defence Force brass band to take their seats. Thank you very much. Once again, to allow the arrival of General Sally and Honorable Comrade Ivula Itana, just another minute for the Defense Force to take their position so we can kickstart the program. Thank you. His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia and Chief Mourner, represented by Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Cabinet Ministers and Members of Parliament present here, Lieutenant Colonel Toivo, Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, Governor of Kavango East Region, Honorable Sirka Hausiku, Governor of Kavango West Region, members of the Diplomatic Corps, regional councillors present here and local authority council present here, Nujoma and Kondombolo families present here, Comrade Mushinga Shinduvi, the regional coordinator of Swapo of Kavango East, the regional executive committee of Swapo and Kavango East and Kavango West present here, His Worship, Honorable Gabriel Kanyanga, Mayor of Rundu Town, service chiefs present here, Swapo Party veterans and ex-plant combatants present here, traditional authorities present here, notably Hompa, Sophia, Mundjembwe, Kanyetu of the Shambyu Traditional Authority, and Hompa, Alfons Kaundu of the Mbunza Traditional Authorities, and your respective chief councils present here, Professor Joseph Diescho, the Namibian academic and scholar, faith-based organizations present here, the media fraternities, community members from Kavango East Region and beyond the borders of Kavango East Region, dear mourners, all protocol observed. My name is Patrick Kaingura, the Regional Treasurer of Swapo Party in Kavango East Region. As a Director of Ceremonies here, with me is Ms. Christine Chilima, who is the Director of Education in Kavango East. Once again, welcome to this very important historic event. Without wasting time, it is my distinct honor to invite Honorable Bonifacius Wakdumo, the Governor of Kavango East Region, for a welcoming remarks. Honorable Wakdumo.
A very good afternoon to you. Can somebody help with this thing here? A very good afternoon to you all. Honorable Dr. Kawana Albert, representing the Chief Mourner, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, the Nujoma and Kondombolo family present, Hompa wetu warudi rosirongo sa Shambyu, rosirongo sa Mbunza, wanane Sophia Mundjembwe wa Kanyetu na Hompa Alfons Kaundu, and all other dignitaries. Let me stand on the program for the sake of time. Dear mourners, there are moments in a leader's life when words fail to fully capture the weight of an occasion. I have stood before many gatherings in my life, delivering all sorts of speeches, but never before have heard and felt the gravity of a moment as profoundly as I do today. To open a memorial service for an icon who transcends time, history, and revolution is both an immense honor and a deeply humbling task. Dear mourners, we are gathered here not just to mourn, but to pay tribute and celebrate the life of a man whose name is intertwined in the very fabric of our independence. The late Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, leader of the liberation struggle, first president and the founding father of the Republic of Namibia. For the people of Kavango, West and East, today's memorial is more than just a national moment of reflection. It is deeply personal. These are two regions that played its part in the liberation struggle, a land that bore witness to sacrifices made and places that the late Dr. Nujoma himself valued and called home. Honoring him here today, it's not just a duty. It is a profound expression of gratitude for a man who dedicated his life to ensuring that people of these two regions and all Namibians would live in dignity and freedom. Dear mourners, I stand before you today, not only as a governor, but as a son of this land, who grew up in a home where the name Sam Nujoma was never missed in conversations about the struggle, hope, and patriotism. As a young boy, rose in a homestead of Swapo compatriots, I grew up hearing stories of his courage and sacrifices. His name was not just that of a distant leader. It was a name that symbolized resilience, unwavering dedication, and an unbreakable spirit. I eagerly embraced admiration for his great leader, and through this year, my appreciation for his life's work only deepened further. I am not surprised that even in death, the name Sam Nujoma is still capable of uniting the Namibian nation. May this gathering serve as a moment of unity, reflection, and renewed dedication to the ideals that our founding fathers stood for, the same ideals that gave birth to our cherished independence and freedom. Through my task as to welcome you all to this memorial service, kindly allow me to squeeze in a tribute to a hero and icon and true son of the soil. Dr. Savishuna Nujoma was more than just a political leader. He was a revolutionary, a symbol of peace, unity, and resilience. From the early days of resistance against colonial rule, to leading the armed struggle, and for being the architect to formidable governed and independent Namibia. His life was defined by selfless service and unshakable commitment to Namibia and his people. His vision for Namibia was clear: a free, united, peaceful, and prosperous nation where every citizen could realize their full potential. He believed in the dignity of all Namibians and worked tirelessly to break the chains of oppression so that future generations could live in a peace and freedom. For decades, he carried the hope of an oppressed people on his shoulders, enduring exile, hardship, and threats to his life, but yet he never wavered. His leadership brought us to victory on March 21st of March 1990. And his guidance laid the foundation upon which our good governance and democracy stand today. Today, we mourn his passing. Let us also celebrate his life in honoring his legacy by continuing the commitment and work that he started. Dear mourners, for us in the two Kavango regions, Dr. Sam Savishona Nujoma was not just a national leader. He was a direct champion of our development and progress. He understood the significance of these regions. His vision extended beyond political freedom. He saw economic empowerment, education, and cultural preservation as essential pillars of true independence and economic freedom. One of Dr. Nujoma's greatest contribution to these two regions was his unwavering commitment to unlocking the vast opportunities we have in agriculture and education. Under his leadership, Namibia saw the establishment of green schemes, particularly along the Kavango River, ensuring that our fertile land were put to productive use. He envisioned the two Kavango regions, both East and West, and Zambezi regions, to be the breadbasket of the Republic of Namibia. It was his belief that our rich God-given natural resources should be harnessed not only to provide food security for our people, but to place Namibia on the world map as a nation that could feed itself and export to the rest of the continent and beyond. We should also not forget that Kavango regions are rich in cultural history, and he respected that deeply. His governance was not detached from the voices of our elders and traditional leaders. Rather, he was in constant consultation with the traditional authorities. He ensured that their concerns were not only heard, but truly taken into account and incorporated into the national development agendas. His appreciation of cultural heritage was a testament to this inclusive leadership style, one that valued unity and diversity. Today, as we reflect on his remarkable contribution, let us acknowledge the lasting impact he has had on the two Kavango regions. His dreams of self-sufficiency, Namibia, driven by agriculture and a respect for tradition, must not end with his passing. It is upon us to ensure that we continue his legacy, to build on the foundation he laid, and to fulfill the vision he had for these two regions and the entire Namibia in general. Instead, his love for Namibia extended to every corner of this country, and the two Kavango regions will forever be grateful for the role he played in shaping our destiny. Dr. Sam Shavishuma Nujoma understood the true liberation of the people is not only achieving through political independence, but through education and intellectual empowerment. He believed that knowledge was the most powerful tool that could uplift and champion policies that ensured access to quality education for all, particularly in the two regions of ours, where education infrastructures and opportunities were once limited. Today, as we gather to honor his legacy in the two Kavango regions, we stand in the land that has been greatly transformed into a corner of excellence because of his leadership. Due to his vision and investment in education, we can proudly say that our schools are performing, our youth are excelling, and our people have risen to great academic heights. Once higher education seems out of reach to many of these regions today, we can boast that our very own sons and daughters of these two regions have acquired degrees in various fields, from science and law, medicines and to engineering, and many have even gone as far as attaining PhDs, becoming experts in various professions, and are contributing to our nation's development. This is the direct result of a leader who did not only speak about education, but actively ensure that the doors of knowledge were opened for all Namibians, regardless of their background and social standing. Beyond formal education, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma was a mentor, a leader who believed in nurturing future leaders to carry forward with a vision of a prosperous Namibia. His leadership was one of guidance and empowering, and through his wisdom and foresightness, he groomed some of the Namibia's finest leaders who went on to serve this nation with distinction. Comrade Nandi Netumbo naitwa comrade-elect, Comrade Sarah Kuongwela Amadila, our Prime Minister, the late Comrade Marco Hausiku, may his soul rest in eternal peace, the late Dr. Abraham Iyambo, Comrade John Mutora, the Deputy Prime Minister, and many others are among the leaders whose journey were shaped by his mentorship. We have seen through his leadership and grooming the extraordinary impact that these comrades have made in their respective roles and responsibilities. The policies they have implemented, the reforms they have championed, and the progress they have driven are all a reflection of the guidance and wisdom imparted by the founding father. The work done by their hands is a testament to his visionary leadership, ensuring that Namibia continues on the path of development, unity, and prosperity. Dr. Nujoma did not only give us a nation, he gave us leaders, and for that we are eternally grateful. His legacy is life, and in the halls of our schools and in the universities where our youth are striving for excellence, and in the leaders which continue to serve this nation with unwavering dedication. His name will forever be synonymous with progress and prosperity. It is one thing to hear about a great leader, but it's another to meet them and witness their wisdom and strengths firsthand. It had the privilege of meeting Dr. Nujoma in my journey into public service, and I will never forget the humility and conviction with which he spoke. He was a man who led by example, who expected hard work, integrity, and discipline from those around him. His presence commanded respect, not out of fear, but because of the sheer depth of his knowledge and his unwavering dedication to Namibia. He envisioned for the Kavango West and Kavango East region my apology. In conclusion, let me extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Albert Kawana, representing the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, the Nujoma and Kondombolo family, our traditional leader who are present here, my colleague, Governor for Kavango West Region, the two chairpersons of both Kavango West and Kavango East Region, all regional and local authority councillors present, and everybody in your various capacities, the veterans of the liberation struggle, Professor Diescho, my brother, and everybody present here, feel home, and you are all welcome, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bonifacio Dumo, the Governor of Kavango East Region. Just to make some individuals at ease, the whole nation is mourning, and the regional memorial service should be seen in that context as well. So the program that you are following, it is a standard program for all the regions, so feel at ease. On that note, with the arrival of the retired General Martin Shali, it reminded me of his tribute in one of the memorial services in Wintu, where he highlighted and indicated that maybe being a soldier, that warriors never dies, and therefore our founding father is not dead. His spirit is still alive. Now, for us to go through that with the necessary strength, it is now my distinct honor to call upon the Reverend Elizabeth Chilunda of Elsing Congregation in Rundu for a devotion and prayer, of course preceded by the hymn by your choir standing there. The hymn, please.
Kembolyo tungi wa The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with us all. Amen. I will read from John chapter 3, verse 16, only one verse. John chapter 3, verse 16, which says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, so that everyone who believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." Dear fellow mourners, dear friends in Jesus Christ, dear family of our president, and everybody here gathering, we are here to mourn our pillar, our president father, the hero, the founding father of this nation. The Lord has called him home. The text we have just read has been called everybody's text, the text of everyone. The main content of the text is whoever believes in him will have eternal life. The text is talking about the love of God to everyone. Because of his love, he gave his only Son to the world. He gave his only Son to us to bring salvation. Arete epalu aparure vantu vendi. There is a life after death. To the believer, death is nothing. Jesus overcame the death. When he raised from the death, we also going to be resurrection. God is not like us people. We are hate each other. We are not in love with each other, but God is in love with everyone. He treats us equally. In the eyes of God, there is no taller or shorter. He loves us all as his children. He wants every one of us to have everlasting life. Mwenyo konyima zononfa. After a long journey, after we have departed from this world, he wants us all to back home. The only requirement here is faith. Ano otwapumbwa eitaro jakora mu Jesus Christus sa opota tukathigurura omwenyo gwaruhe. We don't need to have money. We don't need to be rich. We don't need to be popular. We don't need to be poor, but to have faith in him, to have his words in our hearts, to love him with our whole hearts, our minds, and everything in us. Dear mourners, we mourn a believer. We are having much to say, but today, as we are mourning only, we are not mourning only the hero or freedom fighter, but we are mourning also the believer. Tate kulyo kwajo muitali, o okwatumbulwa kucho kwajo mrutheran. He attending services. Tani dhimburu kwa thimbo twaliko Paulinum. I remember when we were at Paulinum in 1997. We met him in church service at the inner city congregation. We greet him. We were happy. Tatuti, otwaminika omprestende. Twazire ko twanyanyuka. We all know that he was a good leader, a freedom fighter. Oya manguro shirongo pamwena ya kwawo, oya konja sigoya esindano, awe Hompa bamhamberere. By God's grace, we are here enjoying peace, enjoying freedom, but please, we don't need to misuse this freedom. There is a song, konjeri manguruko kwali hayimbi, Kwa handi uvuta imbitati. Okomlungwike Mundjembwe, okomlungwike Mundjembwe, okomlungwike Mundjembwe, tolimangurura. Okomlungwike Mundjembwe, okomlungwike Mundjembwe, okomlungwike Mundjembwe, tolimangurura. Oh yes, okomlungu Mundjembwe. Nderene, not only that, God was the front runner. Without God, and nothing happened. Church was here also praying every Sunday. Kwai haimbi ongere kataga likana tati. Tate karunga, taro shiwana shoye, ne kojoruke no omwa tusirohenda. Tate mweneka ihuna mezujetu kuwa yetu uva omwa tusirohenda. Otwagarikana sigo shirongo shetu tashimanguruka otatuhamberere karunga shotwamona emanguruko notuna ombiri sigonena tugarikanene. Almighty God, source of all mercy and giver of comfort, we are here gathering to mourn and remembering the son of this soil. Send your Holy Spirit now to comfort us in these days of need and loss, and help us to commend our late President to your merciful care and bring us all to your heavenly kingdom. Through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Yaro rusumo rokuhulira taturugwana kwa wakangai tupeni ko rusumo.
Thank you very much, Elsin Choir. Dear mourners, we are mourning a leader known to most of us or all of us as the former and founder president of the Swapo Party of Namibia, first and founder president of the Namibian nation, father of the nation, an icon, and the list goes. Now, for us to have a better understanding as to why all these titles, it is now my honor to call upon Comrade Pendukeni Ivula Itana, the Vice Chairperson of the Nujoma Foundation, to give us the eulogy of our founding father. Comrade Itana.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Dr. Albert Kawana, representing the Chief Mourner, the Nujoma and Kondombolo families, the children of His Excellency late Dr. Sam Chafishuna Nujoma, our traditional leaders present, may I stand on the protocol as established by the previous speakers. Dear mourners, we are gathered here today to mourn a gallant son of this soil, to mourn a leader of unquestionable standing, to mourn a founding father of our republic, the Commander-in-Chief of Plan, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. We are mourning this gallant son today here in Rundu. Allow me, therefore, to do what I'm called upon to do, that is to read the eulogy of our esteemed and respected late comrade Sam Chafishuna Nujoma. On the 9th of February 2025, Namibia woke up to the sad news that the founding president, Dr. Sam Chafishuna Nujoma, was no more. The whole nation was saddened and devastated by this news. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding president was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him in Swapo, which he led for 47 years. In Namibia's first democratic elections for a constituent assembly in 1989, Swapo won the elections. After the adoption of the Namibian Constitution, on the 9th of February 1990, President Sam Chafishuna Nujoma was unanimously elected by the National Assembly as the first president of the Republic of Namibia on the 16th of February 1990. On 21st March 1990, President Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of the Republic by the UN Secretary General Yahweh Perez de Cuellar, and he declared, and I quote, that is President Nujoma, "Our nation blazed the trail to freedom. It has arisen to its feet. As of today, we are the masters of this vast land of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with confidence and hope." Independence, end of quote. Independence Day, the 21st of March 1990, he was later re-elected for another term of office from 1994 to 1999. It must be noted that Namibia, having endured years of colonialism, it became imperative to stabilize our newly acquired democracy. Thus, in 1999, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia amended the Constitution to allow President Nujoma to run for a third and final term in office, given that in his first term, he was not elected by direct universal suffrage by the people of Namibia. Through his leadership, Swapo adopted the policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of Swapo's popular slogans under the motto, "One Namibia, One Nation." And in Nujoma's inaugural presidential speech, as I quote, "Taking the destiny of our country in our own hands meant, among other things, making a great effort to forge a national identity based on a common resolve and unity of purpose and action, as well as setting for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all our people, irrespective of color, race, ethnicity, or place of origin." Consequently, under his leadership, he successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant,
and democratic society governed by the rule of law. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005. As a true democrat, President Nujoma stepped down as head of state on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency President Hifikepunye Pohamba. As would be expected, President Nujoma also stepped down as president of the Swapo party after 47 years of service to the Namibian people. His legacy and contribution as a commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan will forever be engraved in the history of our great nation. President Nujoma also served as a leader of the Swapo party for 47 years and the only commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan, Swapo's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of Swapo party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the president of the Swapo party on the 30th of November 2007, handing over the reins of power to his successor, Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifice, unwavering commitment, and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the Swapo Party's 4th Congress of 2007. Dear mourners, the duty of telling a life story of a person of such a stature can be a daunting task. Having placed Nujoma's journey and accomplishments ahead of the Genesis could be considered as unorthodox. I now wish to reflect his birth and upbringing. Our founding president, Sam Nujoma, was born on the 12th of May, 1929, at a tuna village, Omsati region, in the northwestern part of Namibia, to Tatekulu Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Kuku Helvi Mpingana Kondombolo. President Nujoma's parents, like his as well as his grandfather, and many generations before them, were born in Ukwambi district and were both from the royal families of that region. Comrade Nujoma was the firstborn in the family of 11 siblings in the following order: Sem Shafishuna, Maria Nandigolo, Frida Nanjala, Sophia Napopie, Hiskia Asino, Muno Chisho, Noah Malima, Stephanus Omagano, David Elago, Elia Shivute, and the last born, Julia Namkua. His sister Maria was born after him, but unfortunately died when she was a child. They were 4 males: President Nujoma himself, Tate Hiskia, Tate Noah, and Tate Elia Shivute. Meme Sophia Asino ni Nujoma and Meme Frida Shikongo ni Nujoma are now late. As the eldest son, President Nujoma had to look after his siblings, even carrying the little ones on his back. Like all boys of his days, he also looked after his parents' livestock and assisted with home chores, including cultivating millet, or mahangu in the local language. His upbringing nurtured in him a sense of culture, and in his own words, and I quote, "A nation without culture is like a tree without roots. When the wind blows, it uproots that tree," end of quote. President Nujoma received his primary education from Okahao Finnish Mission School from 1937 to 1945. In 1946, he moved to the coastal town of Walvis Bay to live with his aunt Gebert Nanjule. The following year, at the age of 17, he got his first employment in a store where he was earning a monthly salary of 10 shillings. It was in Walvis Bay that he got exposed to modern world politics when he met soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had been brought there during the World War II. At the beginning of 1949, President Sam Nujoma went to live in Windhoek with his uncle Hiskia Kondombolo after the passing on of his aunt Gebert Nanjule, and started working for South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in the Windhoek old location. He further studies for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College in South Africa. On 6 May 1956, President Nujoma got married to Madame Kovambo Theopoldine Kasimune, who was born on the 10th of March 1933 in Windhoek. They got 4 children. Utoni Daniel, whom we know very well as Minister of Labor, who was born in 1952. John Desipanda, who is now late, who was born in 1955. Zakaria Nefungo, born in 1957. And a daughter, Nelago, who was born in 1959. Sadly, Nelago passed away when she was 18 months old, when President Nujoma was already in exile. With a deep passion for politics and yearning to see his people free from the restricted pass law system and confined according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics. As he would later tell us, and I quote, "Namibia is our God-gifted country. We have no other one but Namibia, and we have to be there. Those who are trying to stand in our way to freedom, it is obvious we will smash them to pieces. Whether Botha, Reagan want it or not, Namibia shall be free. We will seize it from their hands or we will seize it from hands of the Boers. End of quote. Dear mourners, Namibia's revolution has many chapters. On the 2nd of August, 1957, Hermania Toivo and others in Cape Town formed the Ovamboland People's Congress, OPC. President Nujoma received a copy of the OPC Constitution, and on the 19th of April, 1959, he formed the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO, together with the Jacob Kuhangwa in Windhoek, when Yatoivo had been deported to the then Ovamboland. In the same year, President Nujoma was elected as the president of the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO, the forerunner to Swapo. At that time, the idea of Southwest African politics was still developing from 1947, when Chief Jose Akutako, the paramount chief of the Ovaherero people, was visited by Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outside world and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest Africa freedom and independence by demanding the end of the South African colonial occupation and placing the then Southwest Africa under the UN trusteeship system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned the United Nations in the late 50s, together with Chief Jose Akutako, Samuel Vetboy, Theophilus Hamtumbangela, and Mbatoivo Yatoivo. Subsequently, President Nujoma, together with Wacha Kaukwetu of Suanu and Moses Garwebs and others, organized resistance against the forcible removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Katutura, which was based on the apartheid policy of tribal and racial segregation. This culminated in the massacre of 12 innocent people and wounding many others on the 10th of December 1959. Among those massacred was Anna Kakuruka de Mongunda. After the massacre, President Nujoma was arrested and charged for organizing the resistance as the president of OPO, and was instrumental in mobilizing the workers to join OPO. By the directive of the OPO leadership and in collaboration with Chief Jose Akutako, he went into exile on the 1st of March 1960 via the then British Botswanaland Protectorate. With the assistance of Daniel Munamava, President Nujoma crossed the borders into Botswanaland. From Botswanaland, he proceeded into southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then into northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and then into Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania. He then went through Kenya and Sudan, and in April 1960, he arrived in Accra, Ghana. While in Accra, Ghana, there was a positive action conference in progress, organized by President Kwame Nkrumah against the French government's testing of atomic bomb in the Sahara Desert at the time when the Algerians were fighting for their independence. President Nujoma later attended the All-African People's Conference organized by President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, where he also met Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavubu, from the Congo, as well as Frantz Fanon, representing the Algerian National Liberation Front, FLN. President Nujoma was a strong proponent of Pan-Africanism, and he told that, and I quote, "Without concrete and sustained peace and stability, Africa's economic growth and poverty eradication will remain unfulfilled dreams. They will make our promises empty and betrayal to the African masses. We must act collectively to nurture their hopes and make their dreams come true." After Ghana, President Sam Nujoma proceeded to Liberia and finally reached the United States of America in June 1960, where he joined the late Mburumba Kerena, who was already in New York, Reverend Michael Scott, appearing before the UN Committee on Southwest Africa. He then petitioned before the UN Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, demanding the end of South Africa colonial administration over Southwest Africa. Other Namibians who petitioned at that time were Reverend Marcus Cooper from Kwakanas, Hans Bukes, and Ishmael Fortune. Moses Garwab and Zedekiah Ngavirwe reached the United Nations the following year in 1961. They all acted as a group and not as representatives of different parties. Meanwhile, OPO was renamed the Southwest Africa People's Organization, Swapo, on the 19th of April, 1960, and President Nujoma was elected as the president of the movement in absentia. Early in January 1960, President Nujoma returned to Africa after he spent 6 months in New York and started to open Swapo's external offices starting from Dar es Salaam. At the beginning of March 1961, President Nujoma attended the Third All-African People's Conference in Cairo, Egypt, which was hosted by President Gamal Abdel Nasser. President Nujoma requested President Nasser to offer the opportunity of military training to Swapo members, and Nasser assured him of such an opportunity. During the course of the conference, President Nujoma met a representative from the Yugoslav government who invited him to Belgrade to meet President Josip Broz Tito. He later attended the formation of the non-aligned movement in Belgrade in 1961. That same year, President Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere formed the Pan-African Freedom Movement of East, Central, and Southern Africa, known as PAFMECSA, which played an important role by uniting the African liberation movements. In May 1963, President Nujoma went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to witness the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The OAU was formed by 32 African states. Later on, the OAU set up the African Liberation Committee, the OAU's coordinating committee for the liberation of Africa, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam. The same year, President Nujoma opened a Swapo office in Algiers at the time of the invitation of Ahmed Ben Bella, the first prime minister of independent Algeria. President Nujoma used that opportunity to lobby for military assistance for Swapo. President Nujoma was given 4 weapons, 2 Pepesha submachine guns, and 2 Tete pistols with spare magazines, which he carried in a bag all the way from Algeria to Dar es Salaam. With those weapons, Swapo was able to launch the first action of the armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August 1966 at Omgulugombashe in Umsati region. In March 1966, in a bid to test South Africa's claim at the International Court of Justice at The Hague that Namibians in exile were free to return, President Nujoma, accompanied by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, chartered a plane to Windhoek. On arrival at the airport, they were arrested and deported back to Zambia on the 21st of March 1966. After the Battle of Omgulugombashe, many Swapo leaders were detained and put on trial under the South African Terrorism Act, which was rushed through Parliament in June and gazetted retrospectively to 1962 to enable the South African courts to sentence Swapo freedom fighters to death. Among them, the late Comrade Andiba Toivo Toivo, who was later sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Under President Nujoma's leadership from 26 December 1969 to 2nd January 1970, Swapo held its consultative congress at Tanga in Tanzania, which helped the movement to have proper structures such as the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, Swapo's military wing, Swapo Women's Council, Swapo Elders Council, and Swapo Youth League, including the affiliated Workers' Union. This helped Swapo to carry out the liberation struggle effectively based on its three-pronged strategies of the political front, the diplomatic front, and the armed liberation struggle. We shall continue to remember him for his popular mantra, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious." On the diplomatic front, Swapo was closely working with OAU and the non-aligned movement, as well as all progressive countries and the anti-apartheid movements, in order to isolate the white minority South African regime. Against this background, Swapo was recognized as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people and was granted an observer status at many international forums, as well as embassies, especially in India and Iran. On the political front, Swapo was able to mobilize the people of Namibia to join the liberation struggle. On the military front, Swapo was able to effectively use modern guerrilla warfare tactics and strategies, causing heavy casualties on the South African apartheid forces, including stooges of the so-called Southwest Africa Territory Force, SWATF, and COFUTS. This was all under President Nujoma's leadership. And Nujoma cautioned that, and I quote, "In any people's war, it is not the armament that is the decisive factor, but a people's war. It is the people's willingness to make sacrifices," end of quote. From 1977 to 78, President Nujoma led Swapo negotiations team between the Western Five Contact Group and South Africa on the one hand, and the frontline states, Nigeria, on the other, which culminated in the adoption of UN Security Council 435 of 1978. However, the Reagan administration tried by all means to prevent the implementation of Resolution 435 and linked the issue of the independence of Namibia to the withdrawal of Cuban internationalist forces from Angola. Nujoma had this to say about this, and I quote, "History has taught us how the enemy of peace, freedom, and social progress have caused division, political instability, and economic sabotage in some sister countries on the African continent, and embarked upon maneuvers and machinations in order to mislead and convert some of our fellow African compatriots and turn them against their own people with a view to reverse the gains of our freedom and independence." End of quote. The war culminated in the Battle of Kwito-Kwanaval, where the combined Fabula forces of Angola, together with the Cuban internationalist forces and the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan, inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy forces, forcing the apartheid regime to the negotiation table. Thereafter, on the 19th of March 1989, the signing of the ceasefire agreement with South Africa took place, which resulted in the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1989. As he would say on the 21st of March 1990, and I quote, "For the Namibian people, the realization of our most cherished goal, namely the independence of our country and the freedom of our people, is a fitting tribute to the heroism and tenacity with which our people fought for this long-awaited day, Independence Day, 21st March 1990. Through his 95 years, President Nujoma has accumulated a treasure trove of experiences, successes, and lessons that have shaped him into a remarkable individual he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who cross his path to live with joy, gratitude, and a heart full of love. The founding president's legacy stretched across all generations, forming a formidable bridge between the 20th and the 21st centuries, between old and young, between generations of the liberation struggle and the born frees. His journey through the 9.5 decades is a testament to the power of human resilience and the wisdom that comes with age. Being a great teacher, he told and cautioned us that, and I quote, "Our achievement of independence imposes upon us a heavy responsibility not only to defend our hard-won liberty, but also to set ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all without regard to race, creed, or color. These are the standards from which all who seek to emulate him shall draw inspiration. During his lifetime, President Nujoma was bestowed with numerous honors and awards for his outstanding leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, founding President Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary degrees, 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenship of cities such as Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, and the city of East Palo Alto in the United States of America. His Excellency President Sam Nujoma is survived by his dear wife, Madame Theophilus Nujoma, 3 children, and they are also blessed with 24 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 3 siblings, and as well as many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. Dear mourners, among the honors and awards bestowed on Comrade Nujoma, and there are many to enumerate, I can only tell you that there are more than 30 in number. Dear mourners and fellow Namibians, at the end of the eulogy of our fallen president, former president, founding father of the Namibian people, I can only say, farewell, my leader, Dr. Nujoma. Your spirit will forever live on in our hearts. Though you are gone from this world, your love and memories will always guide us. Though it hurts to say goodbye, we know you are in a better place. Until go well, and goodbye until we meet again. Rest in peace, our leader. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Pendukeni Imvula Itana, the Vice Chairperson of Nujoma Foundation. After listening to the eulogy, there's an important a piece of information to the representative of the Chief Mourner as well as the Nujoma and Kondombolo families regarding the significance of this venue where we are having this memorial service. Shortly before independence in Kavango region, before it was divided into two, those few months before independence, we had 3 rallies, Swapo rallies. That is with the implementation of 435. The first rally was at the sports stadium at Dr. Romanus Kampungu. That signified as if it was like the region was entering the Freedom Tunnel. Then the second rally was where the governor's office is currently. And that rally was addressed by late Honorable Andimba Toivo. May his soul rest in eternal peace. At that rally, Honorable Wakudumo was one of the lead singers. There was no buildings, no structures. Little did he know that after or in an independent Namibia, there will be structures or a building where he will sit as the governor of Kavango East Region. Then the third rally is where we are now. That was the main star rally addressed by this fallen icon we are mourning today. On that rally, it was the first after returning from exile, and as such, the region were so eagerly to come listen to the president of Swapo. And that rally signified, it's like the light at the end of the tunnel was really brighter regarding the freedom or independence of Namibia. Now today, at this very same rally, where the former president or our fallen hero appeared first bringing about the message about the independence, today it signifies the last day at the very same venue where we are now to bid farewell to our founding father. I just wanted to emphasize that. The Namibian Defense Brass Band, can you give us an item, please? Thank you very much. The next item is the message from the Veterans Association in Kavango East, to be delivered by Comrade Kamberuka Theophilus. Comrade Kamberuka.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, represented by Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana. Your Excellency, in absentia, Comrade Nandi Nitumbondani Neitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Now, I'll go on the protocol observed. Before we go, let us salute our founding father with our revolutionary song before I proceed.
Makoma, Shin, Chalut. Tau.
Damono vaqueta tavalu. Moroka
Ottilie wana le tapa.
Dear mourners, today we are mourning an icon of the liberation struggle of Namibia. We are mourning a unifier. We are mourning a gallant fighter, a man who spent his youth and adult life fighting for the liberation of our country, Namibia. That is the independence and the democracy we are enjoying today. Therefore, on behalf of former plant combatants and the Namibia National Liberation Association, I would like to extend our sincere condolence to our mother, Kavango Nujoma, Honorable Ottilie Nujoma, the entire family of Kondombolo and Mshimba, as well as the entire Namibia nation. We have lost a father. We have lost a legend. As much as we are grieving, we are also celebrating his victory and a life well lived. Our founding father was a man of his word. That means he walked his talk. He was a very present for his people. He was a unifier, a person who united all the people of Namibia, irrespective of color, race, or ethnic group. His aim was for the people of Namibia to live in unity, solidarity, freedom, and justice. He was a good strategizer, a mobilizer, a visionary leader. He was a legend of the liberation struggle and an independence of Namibia. Dr. Shambyu Nujoma will remain a legend for this country from generation to generation and Africa at large. His legacy and the perseverance was a pivotal tool to fight and mobilize the support from all corners of this world. He mobilized resources from other countries or friendly countries, that is weapons, clothing, food, from all corners of the world, of which we people from Diescho can attest to that. He was a selfless leader, a revolutionary, and a Pan-African. As a chief in commander, He bravely and boldly commanded his combatants to fight until the total independence for Namibia was achieved through the barrel of the gun. That is a legacy we are talking about our founding father. For we will ever cherish his bravery command. After independence, he embraced the policy of national reconciliation. We are now living in peace, unlike some other African countries, because his vision was to unite Namibian nation. Dr. Sam Shafani Uyoma has a passion for education since the formation of Swapo. He encouraged people to study. As a visionary leader, he valued education, knowing that education is the key to development of this country after independence. Young comrades who went in exile at that stage, at that time in the 60s, were sent to school. They studied. And when we went in 1974 and 75, they were our teacher. Which means Nujoma have a vision. Education was just a circle in exile. You go to school, you come, and disperse the knowledge to your fellow, or to the children you have left here. I remember, among those, Comrade Nas Angula, who was the founder of Namibia Education Center in Nyanga. Then we have other comrades, Helmut Angula, other comrade Agwen Nyango. Let me say that the education center was established in Lusaka, shifted to Nyango. So the founding president can be remembered for that. And that's one of the legacy we have to follow and emulate. The same way, some of us, we were sent to school in West Africa. We came back and we continue education because he has a passion for education. He organized resources and he negotiated with the peace-loving countries for people to go and study abroad. And people studied abroad. And we can attest it when we attained our independence, that when we came in Namibia here, we were equipped. We have teachers, we have pilots, and we have engineers. We have all sorts of fields, all sorts of the disciplines. We did it when we were in exile. That was the visionary of our founding father. He continued to mobilize resources while we were in exile. He established all those institutions. For example, the United Nations Institute for Namibia. We have in Angola the Technical College in Sumbe, in Nyango, the Namibia Education Center, and a technical college in Udima. That is to strengthen the education. That is, at the same time, we know that because he has a vision, that is, Namibia independence need people who are educated for the development of this country. And when we came after the independence, comrade, our founding father, Sam Nujoma, he didn't first settle for less. Here we got a Polytechnic of Namibia, but what he did, now we have a University of Namibia. Why I say he didn't settle for less? Because in exile we were having a United Nations Institute for Namibia. Why should we have a college? He never settled for less. Dr. Nujoma was an icon. And this is his legacy is a legacy we have to emulate. We know that. Here in Namibia, we can attest with me that after the independence, and even now, the product he produced in exile, it is still a living testimony. It's when it comes to education and when it comes to everything. The product he produced at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, we can see even in the legal fraternity, or if we go to the higher court, we produce lawyers who are now judges. We have produced engineers, pilots. We can see one of them is sitting with you there, Mr. Mshima. He's my colleague. And apart from that, myself, I'm a product of that. I'm an engineer who have built 3 vessels in Namibia. And that is the legacy of our founding father. Our founding father's legacy should remain and should remain in the heart of the Namibian, should remain in the heart of our children. Let us emulate his legacy. He has left us as a legacy. He has left us a foundation we have to build. And for us who are remaining, let us imitate his legacy. I know that people may say, people may say, and some they used to say, no, you people from the exile, you didn't bring anything. But we can boldly say that we had a leader with a real vision, and the vision is a development of what we are having now. In addition to that, he had a passion in agriculture. While he was in power, we could see this green scheme in Kavango. We could see how they were flourishing. But now, let us see what is there. But I'm advising that for us who have remained, let us emulate what the founding father have put, or the foundation he have left. I salute you, my founding father, my father, the icon of the Namibian independence. May his Lord, maybe his soul, rest in eternal peace. Go well, our father. Go well, our mentor. We shall meet in eternity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. With no doubt, if there was an instrument to measure the undying spirit of the late founding father, one will definitely find it the highest one will find among the veterans. The next item, as you might have noticed, so this is the message from the family. There's no name on the program. Personally, before I confirmed with protocol, I was having a name in mind. Only upon that confirmation, I received exactly the same name that I wanted to invite by surprise. Comrade Asino Natangwe, could you please come to the podium to deliver the message on behalf of the Nujoma and Kondombolo family?
Thank you very much, Comrade Master of Ceremonies, Comrade Patrick Haigura, Comrade Nangoro Bumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, represented by Comrade Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration and Prison Services, Comrade Memewetu Dr. Netumbo Nandi Daitwa, Vice President and President-elect, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Comrade Sarah Uwangerwa, also all of them in absentia, Comrade Bonafatius Wakudumo, Governor of Kavango Region, where we are based, Kuku Kovambo, Nujoma, Tatikuriskia, Miulia, Tatikurunoa, Highness, the regional leadership of the Kavangos, Highness and esteemed traditional authorities, spiritual leaders, the crowd, the masses of Kavango who are present here, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, I'm greatly honored to be given this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the Nujoma family, both at Nujoma side and at Kondombolo side. First and foremost, I would like to extend great appreciation to Comrade President Nangoro Mbumba for conferring Hero's Honor on my uncle, Dr. Sem Chafishuna Nujoma. Also doing so, I am sure, it was done in consultation with members of the cabinet and officials who are heading this program. We greatly appreciate this honor conferred on Tatekuru as a show of his achievement, his contribution that he has made to have brought festival and contributed to Namibian independence. And also after having taken office for the 15 years as a president, and the first president of the Republic of Namibia for the contribution that he has made. We, as a family, cannot express enough the gratitude for such a gesture that has been conferred on Tatekuru. We have been witnessing many people who have been flocking to the roads to come and pay tribute to Tatekuru, starting from Omsati region, where we had a memorial at Etunda, which we did not expect that we would be given such an opportunity to honor Tatekuru and to bid farewell. The same crowds that we saw along the roads coming to Ahangwena, in Oshana, coming now to Kavango as of today, is where I saw people who have stood on the road in the rains also bidding farewell to Tatekuru. We cannot say thank you enough. We say thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we will keep thanking you. I believe that a character of a person is built during the early years when one develops, perhaps from the ages of 3 years, 2 years, up to 7, 8 years. Tatekuru grew up in a loving family, in a responsible family of Tatekuru, Daniel, Nujoma, and Kukuhel Vikondoboro. I can imagine how he was brought up, how his character was built, and I believe that those are formidable years of his life, where he might have developed much of the attribute that have led him and helped him and have contributed to the achievement that he made throughout his life. Tatekuru was born in a village like all of us, in the house where he grew up. As it was being mentioned or has been mentioned, he carried out household chores like all other boys and also girls. And those household chores he was carrying out, when one hears the story that especially our mother, Neme, the late Sophia Asino, tells, Tatekuru was a bit more extraordinary. During the rain season, like this one, I think towards the end of the 40s and early 50s, and in the 50s, there used to be much rain than it is now. That is now in our areas, in the northern part, in the western northern part. So we used to have a lot of birds, these birds, all kinds of them that used to flock, which I only see in the Kavango Delta in Botswana, coming in heaps. And all the time, my mother would tell us that they were never short of food, and especially those birds, which were not so easy also to capture. He would call on once he's coming while he is very far, that they should start putting fire so that they can come and cook those birds. Tatekuru was looking after the cattle, looking after the herds, and when one also hears about how he had looked after those birds, after the cattle, after the herds. It was not an easy task because I think there are some times when the rain was also not falling. And there used to be drought. Now those cattle used to be driven from home, that is now in Etunda, far away, into Ukwambi area, from Ngajera area, by foot. So the walk would be from evening time to the next days in the afternoons by foot. Tatekuru would himself explain that the cattle are normally, we would have different types. Of course, we have bulls, you have oxen, you have cows with calves. Towards the evening time, he would be given a stick of wood with fire. And he would walk with the cattle. Once he started walking, the cattle will align themselves. Those with calves will be in front, then the oxen, then the bulls behind, and they will follow him throughout the night. And this is where he had walked through lions, elephants, and all kinds of dangers. And he would be told that he cannot allow the wood fire to go off. Once the wood fire goes off, of course the lions will eat both the cattle and himself. And he had carried those tasks many, many times. He had walked those journeys many, many times. He had a lot of stories that he tells once when he was a boy, where he had endured a life of hardship, but through that hardship is where we are saying and we are seeing where his character was built to be able to wage a revolution, to wage a struggle, to command armies of many people, to be able to endure and to be able to stand up and be eloquent to explain and to speak. My grandmother was a very eloquent speaker. During the night, when we used to go there, she would tell stories evening time when one goes to sleep. All the time, I don't remember one time when we went to bed and I had not slept when she is continuing telling the story. And she would pray, she knows the family, she could narrate stories. I consider her to have also had a significant contribution in building the character of Tatekuru to be the way he was. Same as Tatekuru Daniel, who was very skillful. He used to make, of course, bows and arrows, spears, himself with his own hands, shoes from the skins of but very nice, beautiful ones. And he did not have hesitation to order, to tell, to ensure that the tasks at home are carried out the way he wanted them to be carried out. So the two of them, my grandmother and my grandfather, had a huge role to play in building the character of Tatekuru, the way I had witnessed when I was a child, also in that household. The family of Tatekuru, I also give gratitude for supporting Tatekuru throughout the time that Tatekuru was in exile and also when he came back from exile. I know that a lot of the members, and all of the members, I don't know so many of them, but those that I know during my time, they have supported and thrown their weight behind Tatekuru, even during that time when we were confronted by the South African regime the Makakunyas, the Boas, who used to come and harass the family. The family was always in danger. As children growing up, we knew our place. We knew where we needed to move very fast for us to survive. A lot of people in the area would caution, and they would tell you that because you are a nephew of Sam Nujoma, you need to be out of here. A lot of, during the late 70s, when the struggle intensified in the northern part, we used to go to the gatherings during the night, of course, where people now used to talk and to hear about the plans and to be informed about the plans of Swapo, what the plan combatants are there to do, for them also to gain support and also to motivate people to carry on with a struggle. We were specifically told not to go there. If you are seen there, you are told that, no, you cannot be here, you need to move, because you are going to put yourself and your family in danger. So a lot of the family members adheres, they never gave up. They supported physically, especially here at home. I'm talking about inside Namibia. The planned combatants who used to come, the planned combatants specifically used also to come from Tatekuru. Sometimes we got information that we're coming from Tatekuru. In our house, there used to be a photo that came from Tatekuru. It's a very beautiful photo which you used to hide in the baskets, in Mahangu baskets, in the house. That is now all we will bury it, because if it's seen, then it will mean that we will be in trouble. Tatekuru have a story, and some of the story perhaps I can share. That is the story of Kitokwana Valley. And I'm sure that the historians will also be alluding to this story and put it in proper perspective. Tatekuru have been saying, whenever one goes to the table, sits, and then you are eating at breakfast or lunch, sometimes dinner, that at the time when Kitokwana Valley started, it was when the Boers in South Africa were getting tired, and they were concerned about their sons dying all the time and not coming back once they come to Namibia for fighting. So they became impatient. The world was changing quite very fast, where we had Soviet Union changing also. So the Boers had decided that they will invade Angola, and Tatekuru managed, as a party or a Swapo, to have gotten inside information about how the movements would be. So he flew to Cuba, to Castro, explained to Castro. Castro bought into the story, and then asked Tatekuru to go to Raul, who was the commander of the armed forces of Cuba. Then they decided that they are going to confront and not let Angola fall. After that explanation, it's a lengthy explanation that Tatekuru was giving, how they spoke with Fidel Castro, about the danger that was lurking now in Southern Africa from the South African regime. If the South African regime had succeeded at that time and overthrown Angola, it will mean that as we speak now, Namibia will not be independent. With that information, the Cuban forces were deployed in Angola without so many people knowing that they are being deployed. And this is how the war in Kitokwana Valley was won. For us to have gained independence, it is because the war was won. South African forces were defeated decisively in Angola. It was not on their own volition that they decided to comply to 435 for elections to be held. It's because they were forced, because they were decisively defeated. Tatekuru, same Shafishuna Nujoma, we have heard and we are convinced as a family that indeed he is a hero for Namibia, a hero in Africa, a global hero, an icon. In many ways, it has been expressed, it has referred to with so many, from so many angles, from so many directions. At Etunda, and also in Ohangwena yesterday, at Enhana, we as a family were moved by the reactions and by the planned combatants, the former planned combatants, who were mourning and bidding farewell to their commander of plan, Safishuna Semnioma. They came in huge number there at Etunda, huge numbers. Some of them did not know that the others are alive. They had met or they have departed, they only saw each other last times, sometimes during the battles that were being fought in Angola. And when they were talking and they saw each other, one could see that there were some of them who were in tears, asking, "Are you alive? I didn't know that you were alive. I didn't know that you survived that battle." And they paid homage, they bid farewell, and I could see on their expressions and in their talks that they were happy, they were satisfied to have come and for the Republic of Namibia to have given the opportunity for them to bid farewell to Tatekuru in the settings where they are or where they were. It is also what I'm witnessing here, that you have planned combatants who are passionate about giving and bidding farewell to Tatekuru. I was listening to Tatekuru, King of Ondonga, yesterday, talking about how planned combatants, how men and women, young ones, especially that time, who were so loyal to the cause of Namibia, to the independence of Namibia, determined that they adhered to the commands of Tatekuru. And despite the dangers, being told and knowing that they face danger of dying, they faced fire, they forged ahead. They never looked back. Of course, a lot of them laid down their arms. Laid down their arms while others continued. While others are falling, the others are continuing. It was because of the inspirations, of the loyalty that they had and the respect that they had for Tatekuru Semnioma. Tatekuru, when giving commands, as we watched also on videos, it was inspirational. And you wanted already to pick up an AK and run to the front, despite the dangers. The combatants protecting Tatekuru throughout all the years of the liberation struggle. with those who were at the high hierarchies, at the leadership level, at all stratas of the party. They did so with courage, with their own lives. They faced danger, but despite, they were determined that they would protect Sam Nujoma, whom they considered to be their leader, to lead them to a free Namibia. We cannot also, as a family, appreciate and give enough gratitude to the planned combatants and all of those who protected Tatekuru throughout his life, throughout the years, especially those dangerous years, who never gave information and who never allowed for enemies to have a chance to harm Tatekuru. Tatekuru, I know, was also waging a struggle along with others, determined for independence, not also necessarily looking after himself. He faced the danger and knew the dangers that he faced. He was never afraid of facing the enemy, even here at the front, close perhaps even here to Kavango regions, and all other places where the battles were taking place. I met Tatekuru first time in Austria, Vienna. There was a UN conference for immediate independence of Namibia. I knew him only to be the same Nujoma who is the president of the Swapo, and never really consider him to say that he's an uncle as such, like all others all my other uncles. So to me, as I was listening also to my cousin, Utoni, yesterday in Ohangwena, who spoke eloquently about his involvement in the struggle, in the armed liberation struggle, Tatekuru, for all of us, even after independence, never showed, never favored anyone, but treated us all same as all other people. All children, whatever age one may be, Tatekuru treated us all the same. What I also can say about Tatekuru is very intelligent. That intelligence I also saw in Kuku. He has a graphic memory. He can remember things from the littlest age, and he would tell those things at his eldest age when he could remember. That also helped him and helped the struggle, because he happened to be an eloquent speaker who knew which way and what is it that he could do to attract assistance from wherever assistance could come from. That is to say, when I met him now in Austria, there were guests who were assisting him and wanted him to assist. I happened to be in a hotel when they were going to the conference. That time I traveled with a train for a long distance and I was very, very sleepy. But when they came back from the conference, he had gifts of a springboks, pegs, skins. And I was sent to get those skins from the room. Yeah, when I brought the skin, I just brought the whole bunch of skins. It's the first time, also when the first time that of course I was meeting Tatekuru, but it's also the first time that I heard Tatekuru shouting in a thunderous voice, "Why do you bring all the pegs out? Take only one. You can see that it's only one person here." So I quickly turned around and took one, brought it, and it was given now to the person who came there for a visit at that time. So the tenacity Tatekuru could command, Tatekuru had a lot of attributes that a lot of us do not have. Yes. Yeah, I'm coming. So, I would like just to say with perhaps that which I have mentioned, that I know that we are mourning a hero, and I believe that as a family we would like to see the legacy of Tatekuru being continued by way of us continuing and picking up on his ideas, his achievements in terms of development of our country, in terms of advancing Namibia in all sectors. And this was mentioned by many speakers that have spoken already even before when we come here in Umsati and in Wangwena. What I would like also to say is that Namibia, as Namibia, we should be brave and not be apologetic about exploiting our resources for the benefit of us as Namibian, for our children to have a future. So with these few words, I again would like to extend profound appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Namibia for sending off Tatekuru in a true hero's farewell. Tatekuru, rest in peace. Tatekuru, we'll miss you. Tatekuru, we will follow, and we will try to follow in your footsteps where and when it's possible, as I know that it's not an easy task. Thank you very much again, and let us continue with a celebration of Tatekuru's life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Sino, for that very important message from the Nujoma and Kondombolo family. I think so far, so good. We are cruising nice through our program. The next item on the program is the message from Professor Diescho, the Namibian academic and scholar. Prof. Diescho.
Goodbye. I will come back with independence. Ring the words that were spoken by Samuel, Shafishuna, Daniel, Nujoma. In a very uncertain moment, trying to cross the border between Southwest Africa and Bechuanaland. At the behest of the Overherero Chiefs Council under very astute leadership of Ombara Hosea Kutako, who facilitated that an unknown person to some Nujoma at the time, Ludwig Stanley, would smuggle that Nujoma out of Southwest Africa into Bechuanaland. Distinguished mourners, government representatives, friends, family, concerned Namibians, permit me to abide by the protocol so duly established. We are summoned this day by our collective grief, beckoned by a national agony of death. And we realize that the hand that holds the master key has once again turned that key clockwise and withdrew from amongst us a very illustrious son of the soil who had a big dream, who walked ahead of the nation that was not yet born, exemplified and epitomized courage at times when it was not easy to think ahead, plan ahead, and have the rectitude, fortitude to love and think for others. The providence of the hand of God has removed from amongst us Tatekuru Semnioma, whom we are funeralizing today. In the providence of God, there are people who come to earth with rare gifts, with rare talents. And one of them, for our purposes in Namibia, is Tatekuru Shafishuna Nujoma. He walked ahead of a nation that was not yet born, held the torch which only meant that there was a future for this country. Not only did the torch illuminate the road ahead, it kept hope alive. It gave the future meaning, and it injected in us courage to think about tomorrow. I join the multitudes of people, both in Namibia and beyond our borders, who are not mourning the passing of Tatekuru Nujoma, but celebrating, as it were, saluting this illustrious son for what he meant for us in Namibia and the world. There comes a time when we pause, as we do today, not to cry, not to lament, not to mourn, but to celebrate the illustrious life of this extraordinary human being by which we were blessed by the fact that he lived amongst us, dwelled amongst us, taught amongst us, and to us who were children, inspired by him greatly day in and day out. In a moment like this, we pause to remember, if you permit me, the words of one of the most celebrated African-American writers by the name of Maya Angelou, who wrote, "People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." So today, we remember how Tatekulu Nujoma made us feel when he struggled to enter portals of the world to represent us at the time when we did not have a name, at the time when our world was symbolized by hopelessness, restlessness, helplessness, and meaninglessness. When we did not have a name, Nujoma went ahead and knocked. My friends, you cannot quite appreciate how difficult it was for him to knock on doors in Algeria, Egypt, Indonesia, and people would come out, these great majesties, swimming in oil and wealth. "Where do you come from?" And he would say, "From Southwest Africa." I said, "What is that? Where is that?" And he would say in a very humble voice, "It's a small country next to South Africa." It was not easy. Yet he plowed ahead, moved ahead, marched ahead, represented us to the extent that if you speak about international law today, Namibia is a living case of international law. We can never forget how Nujoma made us feel. So I'm very, 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 very proud to be a Namibian, very grateful to live today, to witness the pouring of love and solidarity towards the Nujoma and the Kondombolo families. As you mourn, you are not alone. I can assure you the whole world feels the absence of Tatekulu Nujoma. A great deal has been said about this larger-than-life personage. All I can and must do is amplify and punctuate the essence of Nujoma in our life. At times like this, we call to mind what we know about what Nujoma did in the world. At times like this, we call to mind not the mistakes and the errors and the shortcomings that he was accused of. At times like this, we call to mind not his weaknesses and yes, at times, his angry words of admonition by which he taught us to love ourselves more and more deeply. At times like this, we call to mind what it means to be a Namibian. At times like this, we call to mind that which he stood for, that can make us all feel comfortable. You will remember, not only did he mobilize and mortgage international solidarity to know who we are, small as we are, but glorious, powerful. We have moral power. Nujoma carried our name. Nujoma was our face. At times like this, we hear his voice telling us, there is no issue stronger than the tissue of love. No cause more holy than a palm outstretched in the run of generosity. We hear him say, I am not in heaven. I am here, hear me. I am in you, feel me. I am of you, need me. I'm with you, be with me. Only through kindness will you please me. This Nujoma has given Namibia a language that teaches us that at times like this, we need to turn to one another and love ourselves, because that is what Nujoma taught us. You will recall he would say, when a people are united, striving for one purpose, they can only emerge victorious. At times like this, we punctuate, amplify, put the volume up on that which makes us better human beings. We may be a small nation. You see, my friends, I met Tatekul Nujoma 40 years ago in New York when I was a graduate student at Columbia University. I was taken to him by my political teacher, Theo Ben Gurirap. May his soul rest in peace. And just after independence, I was an international journalist for an American national television. So I came to interview Tatekul Nujoma. And I interviewed him several times in New York. And when I went to the University of South Africa, UNISA in Pretoria, I, together with our High Commissioner, Shapwa Kaukungwa, orchestrated a visitation by President Nujoma to UNISA in Pretoria. And Nujoma was the first head of state of a liberated African country to address the university community in Pretoria. After that, we subsequently met at different occasions where he was the teacher, the father, and I, the student of politics. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so much to be grateful for, thanks to people like Nujoma and his peers. We have so much to be proud of, thanks to those who worked with him. I cannot fail to mention the 72 founding fathers and mothers who drafted and crafted for us a constitution which is second to none in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a future beckoning. If you look at Tatekul Nujoma now, he's looking down on us with his signature smile, asking us, what are you going to do to make this country, this Africa, this world better? Again, how do we make one another feel? At times like this, when we have the privilege, when we have the liberty, when we have the freedom, when we have the space, and we have the infrastructure, we have the wherewithal, we have the love, we have the gifts, we have the capacity, and yes, the soil on which to meet. By that I mean, brothers and sisters, try to imagine how it feels to be in Gaza, in Palestine. This is what Nujoma worried about. He would say to us as students, while we celebrate our joy and happiness here, we remember those in Palestine. Nujoma would say, we are a gift of international solidarity. My friends, I do not know about you. But I'm not going to study war no more.
Thank you very much, Professor Joseph Diescho. Indeed, a very powerful message, well crafted, well contextualized academically. Once more, thanks for that message. The next item on the agenda is the message from our traditional leaders. Those who are present here. So the first message is from Hompa Alfons Kaundu. Murekindi mbuti zetu kwa mako kwa kazitu pa mundiro kwetu kwa Mbunza, Hompa Alfons Kaundu.
Morokeni mbunga zoruguo nifumadeke minista wetu nifumadeke famili zotate na uyoma fumadeke waporosi wetu wakwaita wetu ame mumma tumrangisha menya Hompa Alfons Kaundu na karako nombudi zo supi ezinani gawako kom president wetu sema na uyoma kukwamba apatwa vareka kuzogera nendi panazire muspondiso Hompa mu 2001 mora ngatukara nendi Kenya pa mu igongi nokuwiza konombara yaro ame kwa divas president gwetogu na uyoma kwa mfanekera nga Yesus okugawizire azore wananzona wenye no waungamina wenye kapiga upisireko wamu na uyoma ose kwa mdiwire ngo wao mpasi president kwetu na uyoma kwa kulira pampo zomarudi getu ga Afrika kwa kere eharo unene kwa marudigo wa Hompa Kenya pa kwa haire kupura kena eya kupita mu marudigo wa Hompa tandi dioro kasi Kenya pa gesene taka tagendi wale mu Namibia wale taka paturura mbero zongandi nditazi ko irugana ko ninge imo yomo mono Namibia wahara kusimba no wa Hompa wazeko kumweno wa minister vendi. Tani dioro kasimo 2003 watuzigidire wa Hompa natu venye Namibia tuze nendi tukadike emanyara mandume ko ihore. Ipo tukatunde nendi tsimbe tukazinendi kondiwa tukalie mzuwa tani twakatengwireko. Konaka mwene tukagwanekere na President de Sandu papa twakadikire emanya ya Hompa mandume ko ihore. Asi President Nujoma mumu wakumtangasi muntu ndi mugara ogu apiri kutengura konyima. Tani dioro kasimo 2045 twazireko meeting ko venduka kondangozo wa Hompa moraga Kenya pangatu zikondangozo wa Hompa pezu waliokuhurira na Nujoma kuzigidamo wa Hompa wamwe akazogere nawo akakupuresi osirongo soke inke umya singe ya karako. Tani dioro kasi twazirezu walimwe kosigongi tazigida wa Kawana na venye Namibia tazigida wa Hompa na venye twatundu kosigongi tukuze ko State House. Kenye Kawana kwa kampulire sto unyunga ko mehozo wa Hompa woge muwakara na musirongo otandere njasi musirongo soge ininge na nye kwa kugenda pona wan wantu kwa paruka na wan maudigu kwasige gakaramu nye Kawana gakona kuunyunga ko meho zo wa Hompa wendi o gakara nawo. Suruosi mwetan dior kashapagat pulire ngoa Kavango suruose suruna Kawana karupu vurai dioro kesi inke gaka pulire nyapaga pulire ngoso tamfatuire maudigu gomo Kavango makura moraseni amana pura Kawana tapura hena wa Hompa ahara kudivas eyaku unyunga Kawana usirin mato maudigu mo Kavango isinge ya karama Kavango nye apagat pulire so wa Hompa esingani pira kudivarasi sirosi na tatdiworo kedesi mvura zina mo 2005 and 6 pena wa unita wa wiza unene mo Kavango vantu ngawa dipaga vantu kwa kuchwayuka mo mambo wa karare vantu kwa kuliata kono boma nyapa twaka njiri na President kwetu kuna Nujoma tuyu mtandasi President gumwe na katukere mtandasi ose mo Kavango kapitwa kurara vantu wa chwayuka mo mambo vantu kwa kuliata kono boma mwazuvire na suruosi na sposkandu koko mbuku kwa tetagwire vantu munene makatana apagai zuvire Presidenti kapipwa pita mazuwa tatu muwa kwaitana mu Kavango Kavango mtima kwa tulire muwa kwaita nke gumwe gai mwene asinke ya horokere ipona mwene President Nujoma seneta hunyunga ininke tai zimo iruga na nawa awe apatwaka tengwire awe waunita wale kwa kagendera pepi na kuituka na wale vantu tani wakutunda mumba asi President kwetogu kapina tudiva singapina tumulira President gahere rudi kapiga kere si orudi mkwasinke na tuvenye kwa heta kansiri sene ndioro kapaga kerage President mo Kavango kwa kere mo wa minister 6 hambo umwe tamekera mbuku udogoroko kwangali kapasu wa minister gona wa minister wene uwakere momu moweri wa mwesere John mtoro wa mwere omukuvura karerenge umbanga Nyawa ministro osene siva siki Desemba pasipata. Va wiza kofelofu po kiriki misa. O wa ministra kubare kakutame kera mbuku dogoro ukwangaliva dingure nombara. Wapura Kenyasi inke ya kuhoroka muirongo yao iponga kaigawe kwa president na uyoma. Asinga tusimono sininge sosuwa no senga tugawa maudigu getu stwareni ko parlamente no katandra be president asi ose mokawango maudigu getu gaga. Ndi ayo watu wetu kwa kulira yongandi. Nyena inyenga isixem. President na uyoma Kenya pake kwa hara agriculture. Nondima senato mwinjire nende ake kuzogera unene unandima tani ikukunyunga yo ukwaita makura. Kapingo msimwitira ya peke ake kusimwitira yo ukwaita makura. Ndi nondima. Asina uyoma President Gwina toa diwiri asi kapi kapongora na shuku warasi kutame kapa tunduko kohamba wa Hompa ipo wahura kuza kwa independence sele kwa wenduka za kuzi se marana wapawakere na uyoma kuninga sena independence wa Hompa na wewe kuvazikitana mpili kwa wenduka ndikupi matuwa ge pangero nokta karara kono hotera. Nyepatanza ningesi ose mnumvura murongo da pitipo tutuwa kutandere si papara etuwa ya nyamoge mararo ga nyamoge oyoyo ya kuoroka wa minister wa idiwa asina uyoma kapina tiwoso wa Hompa singa pina tumlira guyetu zinyakuru etu okukatiwire nanaga karwire si ametanika zora bantu wange nikabature rupasa rumwe tupu kwa kuburongora unene monombaranga gendi kapinga kira shame presidenti kapina kuza monombara ngazi adingure mombara tomu zogere nendi tanti oro kasibo 2022 and 23 Kenya pa mekuza tukakare no hospital setu ko wambo so akurupe esa turapona njepo ezuwa limwe mo 2006 nikaingira nindi monzuko mwaturire nyeto monosi mpweni kwa kara munkundi nyemo kano mu kapito gazara si munkundi akara tamo tani morora tapurange dina tani mkundu takundunge tani mlimbu tani muranga si ekondomboro simpe kwa kuwatuka pona nazuvwa minani ogwe nani sko ekondomboro ashe ekondomboro simpe kwa kuwatuka tani tarame ogu president ogu mugara kapia tengura konyima awe tatuzogere pura tapura na inyemoka pokawango tapura ikunino mora apaga wizire mokawango Kenya pa wiza mokawango sene sigongi akaruka samokawango pomuho akarukansa igongi kuinjira no wa Hompa kapa wareke tupuka tura sigongi no wantu gahana kuhoa kuinjira no wa Hompa apura kene tango si inke ya kupita mokawango asi so ninke singatu pia kudivara esigatu rugane na president gutuna uyoma amekwa kuundirasi wakwetu wa Namibia tusikwateni sirongo nawe si tukwateni sirongo si atusigire president gutuna uyoma esigaka hepera esigaka ruiranga karara muwiza mvura kwa kuroka misose kwa kuduka mvura sene nga tukashizona gura tukashture mezome karunga kakatupura ngakatupura no wanona nononte kurusi sirongo sigarwirire gapruire mkweneni inge makusurugane nange sihana uke ndahara turtengureni mumina tukwatekere na uyomba tuture rudirumwe tupu osewo rudirumwe tupu kabiwa kutanda shokuru kwatunda kupyo kwatunda na tuvenye tukareni rudirumwe tupu nyaturugane ne kumwe tupu izona kugawa kwa membuti zange si aye tatekuru na uyoma nekoro wana uyoma askapis nyonelike mwazumbane sa ngowa Hompa omukavango twazumbane sa unene tatu diworoka omwatu zogenga tuzogere nendi emngatu unyunga nendi piri kurara ngesingendi kwa kumzuva simpe nengendi nendi okuunyunga kapinga tumdivara dogoroko nomfate tu nimpandure.
Thank you very much. Tampandura kumbudi zamkumo mdiro wa Mbunza. Next on the program is the message from Hompa Sophia Mundjembwe Kanyetu from the Shambyu Traditional Authority. Mureki wakwa mako kunakatunda mundiro wa Shambyu Wankuru Hompa Sophia Kanyetu.
Muyendi disilika kampuli terenu ngoli nikadimbure likaro polio vandire dina vanche vana karo pano mo mtu vana mtu enyaura vaambi vokuhoverera mumayuwa 8 Marsi 2025 sirongo nasi nche kwa karambukire muruguo mukonda yokuyuva mfa ya president wetu wokuhoverera Dr. Nujoma. Mbudi yande nakara nayo anaimana kare Hompa Kaundu mukukwa mangolisi Dr. Nujoma omu akalire no mukafera ngasinka mpiti tidopampo siruosi nya vanane Hompa Angelina matumbo libebe mbo vanakaro mspundi mwenyo wao upuyumuke mbiri mukuyuva mu bantantilire no mkani monanga asipaka yanga muno Dr. Nujoma kapika piranga kuyenda kumbara akabadingure vikando viviri anayendi koyoka badingura nene tupana ya muno rambangako nao mpova ya upiresidio so kuyenda kuvinduka wakamdingure ngoli akalire asi Dr. Nujoma kwa kalire mukurona afuma dikiro unene vampiti tiwo pampo na muyuvusi naye umwe atundo muliralyo Hompa kutwara kwetu kumpo yetu evina kumona na mchi mvura kuna kuroka unene mumpo yetu ngolika watantira ngasi Hompa ndi Hompa unanena na doroka kukaroka mvura marasili mbyo vinakoroko vantu kuna kara unene mutenda runchodi rwetu tunakuganda karunga naye kuna kuganda mema omanene Dr. Nujoma kwa kalire okwa mpire unene ukone ntu wendi mbyaviruwanitire akalire uye unene nosinkaso kumangurura sirongo limanguruko lino tunakuya joba na weno ntantani lyombiri noruhafo nokupira vita sininge sosi dido sakaliro mukurenga sinje first president wo sirongo sa Namibia aya mangure sino sirongo kapisa kalire sosi reru vana vituwenyaura vantu na vancheya mukuya upalipange rongo liko vanya vakali romo aya turengo lilipangero mwendisi weni ngoli omwapititira sirongo kwa kalire sininge sosi dito mara karunga kwa mpire ukone nti unene mbya vitikitire mo unene mukuamba mkango dodingi kundereko vana mana karikuviamba Hompa Kaundu ngoli koro asikuna kumpameka ngorunene morwa liyuva litulina karo kumeho litunakahulilira kukatura ngoli Dr. Nujoma kumararo yendi ngasikakara sininge sosi dito kuvana likoro no vana na mkuru kadi wendi asimukare ngoli munapama mulipuro asikarunga kwa tapanga uyenka kupa mwenyo wendi wa Dr. Nujoma upuimuke mbiri pandu.
Thank you very much, Hompa Sophia Mundjembwe Kanyetu. Tunapanda kumbudi yenu ya mkumo. Dear mourners, after enjoying your kind attention as Director of Ceremony, including the excellent and spontaneous cooperation of the speakers so far, permit me now at this juncture to request the Namibian Defense Force military band to give us an item and at the same time to send me on retirement as Director of Ceremony so that my co-director can take over and navigate the program up to the final and formal conclusion. Thank you. Okay.
My fellow Director of Ceremony, Patrick Haingura, I'm grateful that we have concluded the first part of our program, and I have to continue with very few items as per the program of the day. Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, and at the same time, the representative of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency, our President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. The bereaved family of the late, the family of Nujoma and the Kondombolo family, I respect the protocol as already established by my fellow Director, Patrick Haingura. Dear mourners, the year 1989, by that time, some of us were learners in secondary school here in Rundu. We were so excited because it was the year of elections and we are going to receive better education immediately when Namibia is to become an independent country. Coming to see the President, the late Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, for us to get the news, the message, Namibia is indeed going to be free. We were so excited. Little didn't we know that on this day, the year 2025, we are going to mourn. We are going to be witnesses of his departure. The departure of the icon, the departure of the revolutionary leader, the departure of the visionary leader, the icon that has deliberated our country. It is indeed with profound sadness to stand in front of this very big audience to preside the program for the day. The late His Excellency, the President, Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, the Commander-in-Chief of the Liberation Struggle, the former President of the Swapo Party, the founding President of the Republic of Namibia, who led the struggle leading the Swapo Party. It's now time for the Swapo Party in this region, Kavango East Region, to come and share the message on how the party is cherishing, witnessing, sharing with the mourners what His Excellency, the late Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma has done. I now call upon with humility the Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, Comrade Ottilie Shinduvi, to come and present the message on behalf of the Swapo Party, Kavango East Region. Comrade Ottilie, may you come forward.
Director of Ceremonies, dear mourners, comrades and friends, Comrade Dr. Albert Kawana, the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration and Safety and Security, also serving as the Chief Mourner today here, Honorable Kawana Bonifacius Wakudumo, Governor of Kavango East, and Honorable Sirka Usiku, the Governor of Kavango West, Ministers, Member of Parliament present, Service Chiefs, dignitaries and traditional leaders. So let me stand on the protocol that is already established by the Director of Ceremony. This is not an ordinary gathering. This is a moment of national reflection, a moment of profound remembrance, and most importantly, a moment to honor a leader whose very existence was dedicated to the liberation and development of this country, Namibia. We do not only mourn his departure, but we are celebrating the life of a leader whose sacrifice, resilience, and vision built the very foundation of the Namibian we call home today. To the Swapo Party, the memorial service is more than just a commemoration. It is a reaffirmation of the founding principles, a tribute to the revolutionary spirit that birthed the great movement, and solemnly vow that the path he kept for us will never be abandoned. Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma was not just a leader. He was a very heartbeat of Swapo. He was the revolutionary who transformed our movement from a voice of resistance into a formidable rebellion force. He was the commander whose unwavering vision steered us through the most difficult and bloody chapters of our struggle. He was the strategist who understood that our fight was not only for independence, but for dignity, equality, and the rights of Namibians to determine their own future. His name will forever be written in the annals of history as the last torchbearer of the armed liberation struggle. A struggle that was long, bitter, and fraught with unimaginable sacrifice. yet one that led us to the freedom and democracy we enjoy today. For the Swapo Party, this memorial is a call to action, a call to remain steadfast in upholding the values of unity, self-determination, and development that Comrade Nujoma fought for. As we honor his memory today, we remind ourselves that the duty of safeguarding his legacy now rests on our shoulders. The best way to remember him is not only through words, but through actions, by continuing his work and fulfilling the vision he had for Namibia. Today, we say to our founding father, your struggle was not in vain. Your sacrifice was not in vain, were not in vain. And your vision for a free, just, and prosperous Namibia will never be forgotten. Dr. Sam Nujoma, the torchbearer of the liberation struggle. Many will describe Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma in different ways, as a fearless freedom fighter, and a statue politician, a Pan-Africanist, or a statement of extraordinary wisdom. And they will be all correct. However, if there is one legacy that stands above all, it is this. He was a torchbearer of Namibians' liberation struggle, carrying forward the dreams and aspirations of our forebearers who first resist colonial oppression. From the earlier resistance of leaders such as Chief Kaimumwe Nguvauva, Captain Hendrik Verboy, Chief Samuel Maharero, Chief Mandume Yandemfayo, and Chief Ipumbuya Shilongo, Namibia's fight for freedom had already begun long before Swapo was formed. These early warriors ignite the flame of liberation, but it was Dr. Sam Nujoma who carried the flame to victory. It was Chief Hosea Kutako who saw the fire of leadership burning in young Sam Nujoma and blessed his journey to the United Nations to petition for Namibia's independence. From that moment, Dr. Nujoma never looked back. He knew that freedom will not come easily, and he dedicated his life to the cause of liberating Namibia from the colonial rule. His leadership, vision, selfless made him the face of Namibia's struggle. As the year passed and the colonial oppressor refused to concede, Dr. Nujoma made the bold decision to launch the armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August, 1966, a day that forever changed the course of Namibia history. Through the sacrifice of plain combatants, political detainees, and all those who supported the struggle, Swapo became the force that ultimately dismantled the chains of apartheid oppression. He was not a leader who commanded at a distance. He was on the front lines. From the liberation camp in exile to diplomatic engagements at the United Nations, he was tireless, relentless, and unwavering. Let us be clear. Dr. Nujoma did not only deliver independence, he delivered democracy, human rights, dignity to every Namibian. the fundamental freedoms we enjoy today, the right to vote, the right to free speech, the right to education, the right to land, the right to equal opportunity, are all fruits of his selfless sacrifice. He ensured that Namibia will never be ruled by a foreign master, that every Namibia will be an equal citizens in their own land. His legacy of our inheritance, his struggle is our victory. His vision is our roadmap to a future prosperity, unity, and self-reliance. As we honor his life today, let us recommit ourselves to safeguarding what he fought for, ensuring that the ideas he dedicated his life to remain alive for generations to come. A leader of unification and traditional leadership recognition. Traditional leaders have spoken before me, and they have said it. Who Nujoma was with the traditional leaders, especially here in Kavango. After leading Namibia to independence, Dr. Nujoma faced yet another monumental challenge, unifying a people who had endured decades of oppression and colonial rule. He understood that nation building was not merely about political governance, but also about fostering inclusivity, healing old wounds, and ensuring that all Namibians felt seen and heard in the new national fabric. In his wisdom, Dr. Nujoma recognized that the true national cohesion to take place, the reconciliation has to go beyond symbolic gesture. He prioritized cultural identity as a cornerstone of the nation's rebirth, understanding that the strength of any nation lies in the recognition of its diverse roots of tradition. One of the most critical decisions of his leadership was the recognition and empowerment of traditional authorities, ensuring that this pivotal figure remain integrated to the social, cultural, and political life of the nation. Under Nujoma's presidency, an act of parliament was passed to restore traditional leaders' authority over communal land, while the Namibian constitution in Article 100 clearly states that all land belongs to the state. Dr. Nujoma knew that land is more than just a physical asset. It is symbolic of the heart of the people, a testament that their heritage and an essential component of governance in communal areas. The landmark decision allowed traditional authority to once again have the authority to manage communal land, a step that not only strengthened the connection between the people and their land, but also reaffirmed the role of traditional leadership in Namibia's development. Dr. Nujoma did not make the decision. He was not bound by legal obligations or pressure, but by a profound understanding of the broader implication of land and traditional authority in Namibian society. Director of ceremonies, dear mourners, family. His leadership was driven by the belief that in order to foster unity, it was crucial to honor the heritage, the values, and the leadership structure that has shaped Namibia communities long before independence. Through this decision, traditional leaders were not sidelined or marginalized. Instead, they were elevated to a position of responsibility in the new democratic dispensation. playing an active role in both national governance and community development. This was not just a political move. It was an acknowledgement of the vital role traditional leadership continue to play in maintaining peace, order, and development at the grassroots level. Today, we recognize and honor his legacy. For without unity, cultural preservation, and the recognition of traditional leadership, Namibia would not have been able to move forward as one cohesive nation. The empowerment of traditional authority under Dr. Nuyoma's leadership continued to resonate in the communities that depend on them for guidance, wisdom, and governance. It remains a testament to the nation that true leadership does not seek to replace the old, but to build upon it, ensuring that the country's history, culture, and people are respected and woven into the fabric of modern national. Swapo's commitment to upholding his legacy. Comrades, fellow Namibians, today, as the Swapo Party, we stand united in reaffirming our unwavering commitment to uphold the legacy of our founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Dr. Nuyoma's principle of self-reliance, development, unity, and justice remain at the very core of the Swapo Party's vision for a prosperous Namibia. His leadership, marked by a resolute dedication to the principle of freedom and equality, continues to inspire and guide us as we work towards a brighter future for all Namibians. As a party, we are determined to continue the work he started by ensuring the vision of self-reliant and prosperous Namibia endures. We will tirelessly fight for the empowerment of every Namibia, making sure that the economic independence he fought so hard to secure is realized in the lives of our people. Economic freedom cannot exist without political freedom. We are committed to build an economy that benefits all, ensuring that every Namibian has access to the tools needed to thrive. In the line of Dr. Nuyoma's vision, we'll prioritize the strengthening of our education and employment sector, making education more accessible and relevant to the demands of a modern world. We understand that an educated, skilled, and self-sustained nation is the key to unlocking our collective potential. And we pledge to continue investing in the youth and future leader of this nation. Furthermore, we continue to preserve and celebrate our rich history and cultural identity, recognizing our traditions are not only a source of pride, but an essential foundation for building cohesive, united nation. We will ensure that our traditional authority remains active partners in governance, playing a vital role in ongoing development of our communities. This commitment to cultural preservation alongside progress is one of the cornerstones of our policy approach. Let us not forget that the greatest tribute we can give to Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is to protect upon the legacy he left behind. Let us honor his sacrifice by working together as Namibians of all backgrounds to continue the work of building a nation that is just, equitable, and prosperous for all. His ideals live on in us, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they are carried forward for future generations. As we move forward, let us remember that the future of Namibia is not merely continuant of the past, but is an elevation of Dr. Nujoma's vision, a vision that is alive, relevant, and guiding us towards a future, towards a brighter tomorrow. When Dr. Nujoma was born, he cried for his arrival on this earth, while his family rejoiced for his arrival. He cried because he did not know what is waiting for him on earth. But today, the late founding president, father of the Namibian nation, is rejoicing peaceful, while the Namibian nation has joined his family, and we are crying for his departure. He is rejoicing because he knows that he has touched every Namibian's life for us to live in a peaceful country. May the soul of our late president rest in peace. Moyo watatekulu uturumuthe musiraro.
Thank you, Comrade Ottilie Shinduvi. The message is clear. The legacy left by His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, peace and stability, is now our responsibility, a responsibility on our shoulders to sustain it. I now invite the Ndilimani group to give us an item. Ndilimani, are you ready?
hero, the hero, the hero. You are the hero. Rest in peace, the hero of Namibian revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilimani Group. Before we are to continue with our program, I have got one very important announcement to make. I have just received a message that a 9-year-old girl is missing. She is Teresia Mpande. She came here with her sister. The mother is Sipangera Hildeka Hilili. Kindly, if you are around here at the sports stadium, can someone bring her forward? The mother is worried, is looking for her daughter. She is missing as from 12. The mother could not see her daughter as from 12. Kindly, anyone who knows the whereabouts of this girl, please bring her forward. Thank you, Ndilimani, for those items. The late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, how we are praising him, a hero, a warrior, an icon that did not have any fear, leading the struggle to set Namibia free. And indeed, we are here celebrating his departure with confidence and proud that he has done his part. It is now my single honor to invite Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, a representative of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency, our President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. May we all kindly rise. Tusikameni na tuwenye noko sports stadium onemwa hingire na mwenye skameni tango.
We remember our heroes who sacrificed their lives. We remember our heroes who sacrificed their lives.
Mbili tupu. Madiwi sogena to agavasi mkado na anazumbana. Edina liendi Teresia Mpande. Mkado na gono mvurantane. Age kuna wizako kukumwe na mkurwe ndigo mkadona. Ozina Sipangera Hilde Kahilili. Senes kweli ogu anamkavedako tunakanderere muturetereni omumotende tunakara ozina gunabapwaga vanakara nosinka asinampo mkadona anazumbana tunakanderere mureteni omumotende mpandu sene mbudi zinazuvika.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Director of Ceremonies, Meme Kovambo Nyoma, founding First Lady and widow of the late founding president, Honorable Ottilie Nujoma, Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations, and Employment Creation, the Nujoma and Kondombolo families, the children, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, my colleagues, the two honorable governors of Kavango East and Kavango West. In the interest of time, please allow me to stand by the protocol as already established. But now I have a dilemma. What more can we say, or can I say, regarding the founding father, when the whole day, speaker after speaker repeated exactly what we already know? However, please bear with me, because I'm representing the Chief Mourner. If I don't deliver the prepared statement, tomorrow you will likely refer to me as the former Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. But if it was in my individual capacity, I could just say I concur with what has already been said. So please bear with me. It is with profound honor as I stand before you this evening, dear mourners, to deliver the statement of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. In the same vein, where possible, I will briefly share with you my fond memories I had with the founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Following the passing of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, President of the Republic of Namibia, as founding president and father of the Namibian nation, on the 8th of February 2025, the Namibian nation is mourning at all levels of our society, from the national, regional, local, community, right up to family and individual levels. In addition, SADC is mourning, Africa is mourning, and indeed the world is mourning. It is therefore common cause that our founding president and father of the Namibian nation touched the hearts of many. Today we are gathered here in Rundu, representing Kavango East and Kavango West, to mourn the icon of our revolution. As a leader who led us during the struggle for national independence, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation came to appreciate the contribution of his people who were born in all 14 regions of our republic. As Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, whose fighters came from all 14 regions of our republic, it is only logical to create an opportunity for his fellow Namibians to bid farewell to the giant of our revolution. In addition, our founding president and father of the Namibian nation worked with his fellow leaders at various levels. It is only logical that his fellow Namibians and residents in our regions are afforded an opportunity to bid farewell to our political giant. Today, Kavango East and Kavango West regions are mourning with the rest of the nation. Today, the icon of the Namibian revolution is here in Rundu to give an opportunity to the two regions to bid farewell to the political giant. Here in the two regions, there are notable personalities who were very close to our founding president and father of the Namibian nation. A number of fellow Namibians from these two regions have already narrated their experience when they interacted with our founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Indeed, you heard our Hompas, first and foremost, how they interacted with our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, as well as from our honorable governor, on behalf of the two governors, namely of Kavango East and Kavango West. In addition, one of the freedom fighters of note and former plan combatant, Fumu Ewin Munika Mbambo of the Hambukushu community, has already narrated his experience with our founding president and father of the Namibian nation. A number of notables from these two regions were very close to our founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Among them are our late Hompa of the Kwangali community, Hompa Stentum Pasi, the late Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Mako Hausiku, the late Honorable Rosarian Gidinwa, the late Honorable Eria Lemi Moremi, the current Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Johnny Mutorwa, who worked directly in the office of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, following the devastating drought of 1992, which affected our country. On this note, I can only say to our departed comrades from this region, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Indeed, there are quite a number of notables from these regions, like Honorable Petrina Haingura, former Deputy Minister of Health and Social Welfare, who was at one time Secretary for Women's Council of the Swapo Party. Comrade Eria Ngurare, who was at one time Secretary for Swapo Party Youth League, which includes the Pioneer Movement. And the late Comrade Skerete Mandema. The list is far too long, and in the interest of time, I can say all those who interacted with our founding president and father of the Namibian nation are also recognized from these two regions. Our founding president and father of the Namibian nation was a man of vision. Before Namibia's independence and in his capacity as Swapo president, he traveled the world soliciting diplomatic and material support for the cause of Namibia's independence. As Commander-in-Chief of Plan, he solicited weapons from a number of countries. This made the plan one of the formidable fighting machines. With their bravery, discipline, patriotism, and determination, Swapo was able to wage an armed struggle for national independence for about 23 years. Plan was able to understand the tactics of the enemy and indeed to withstand the brutality of the apartheid colonial army, one of the best equipped army on the African continent at the time. Plan was able to withstand the military pressure because it was led by a patriotic giant in the name of Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, as well as the support of our people. Our founding president and father of the Namibian nation had a vision of an independent Namibia, and this has already been said by various speakers. It is for this reason that one of his passions was to ensure the education of our people, especially the youth. Prior to Namibia's independence, young people in exile were sent to various countries of the world for study. He lobbied to establish the United Nations Institute for Namibia, where a number of Namibians received their education, and today they are playing a pivotal role in the administration of our country. And here I can confirm that I'm one of the beneficiaries of this policy of our giant. As a student of the United Nations Institute for Namibia, today our Chief Justice was also a beneficiary. Today our Deputy Chief Justice was also a beneficiary. I can say Meme Pendukeni Ivula Itana was also a beneficiary. I can say a number of magistrates, a number of judges, the Auditor General, the former Inspector General, Comrade Ndeitunga, who was popularly known as the miniskirt by the press, they are all beneficiaries of this policy. And they allow me to salute our giant for this vision of education. Today, the largest portion of our national budget goes to education, a trend which started from the first national budget after our independence. He was determined to ensure that Namibia produces medical doctors, engineers, agriculturalists, lawyers, administrators, and many other disciplines. Today, his dream has become a reality. And you know, many Namibians used to refer to this giant as a dreamer. And of course, the leader must dream. And then his dreams are put in action by his followers. You used to hear him saying, we need to build the roads from Zambezi going to Zonjupa, going to Enana, going way, up to the coast. From the north up to the south. Today, Namibia has the best roads on the African continent because of his dream. Our founding president, as you heard also from our Hompas, and father of the Namibian nation, had a passion for agriculture. He realized that independence without food security was meaningless. It is against this background that one of the most visited regions during his lifetime was Kavango East and Kavango West. He promoted green schemes near rivers, and the two Kavango regions played a pivotal role in this regard. He understood that agriculture and the water go hand in hand. It is against this background that he was a staunch supporter of desalination, which he used to passionately refer to as desalinization. Every time he would call me, whether at the farm or at the coast, and say, Minister Kawana, my minister, together with your colleagues, you must promote desalinization in this country. Because water and agriculture, they go hand in hand. Now, when I was in the presidency as pioneer of the first Minister of Presidential Affairs and Attorney General, I was informed by my boss, His Excellency Dr. Ifike Punyepohamba, that Comrade Kawana is my advisor in this office. We must first complete the projects left by Comrade Nujoma. During the tenure of His Excellency Dr. Ifike Punyepohamba, we built a number of silos from Zambezi in Katima Muliro. Here in Kavango East, we built silos in Rundu. In Ohangwena, we built silos. In Oshkoto, we built silos. In Omsati, we built silos. And during that time, all those silos were full to capacity. When we were hit by drought, we never used a single cent to buy food from outside. Those silos were used to feed our people. That is the vision which originated from our political giant, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Comrade Nujoma was a strong advocate of national unity. He understood the concept of that unity, its strength. It is against this background that he passionately promoted the policy of national reconciliation. And this is the policy he promoted when our leadership was in Rwanda, the party Swapo leadership. And this is the policy he promoted when he came back to Namibia after about 29 years of exile. For the sake of peace and stability in our country, he understood that exclusion spells conflict, and inclusion spells harmony. It is for this reason that he encouraged national unity, hence his mantra, a united people striving to achieve a common good for all the members of the society will always emerge victorious. And this is what has been repeated several times. It is for this reason that inasmuch as we mourn our hero, we also celebrate his life. Indeed, as it has been stated already here, a hero does not die. It is only the body that goes back to dust, ashes to ashes. But the legacy of a hero does not die. A legacy of a hero lives on. It is against this background that we must be proud as a nation that we have inherited the legacy of Comrade Sam Nujoma, the legacy of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, will always make Namibia one of the winning nations of the world. The legacy of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation is a compass of the Namibian nation. It's a compass of the Namibian nation. This compass will ensure that the Namibian nation does not lose direction. And this is the legacy we say it will endure forever if Namibia was to remain united, stable, peaceful, and prosperous. On behalf of the Namibian nation, the cabinet, my family, and indeed on my own behalf, once again, I extend our heartfelt condolences to Meme Kovambo Nujoma, Utoni Nujoma, the children, the Nujoma family, the Kondombolo family, and all the mourners of this republic. May the soul of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, rest in eternal peace.
Thank you indeed, Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, for delivering the message of tribute on behalf of His Excellency, the Chief Mourner, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Inclusion spells harmony. Exclusion spells conflict. That is the message that we need to carry, that we need to ensure that we sustain peace and sustainability, and all this can materialize if inclusion is exercised at each and every level of decision making. Before we are to move the vote of thanks, I would like to call upon the Ndilimani group, where you are, to give us an item. Ndilimani group. Thank you, Ndilimani. We are almost towards the end of our program. I will now call upon Honorable Damian Maembai, the chairperson of Kavango East Regional Council, to move the vote of thanks. Honorable Maembai, if you may come forward.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, Ms. Christine Lima, our Director, Regional Director for the Directorate of Education in Kavango East Region. Before I'll deliver my remarks, vote of thanks, Director of Ceremony, allow me to introduce to you a boy who had a dream to see Nujoma. This is the 13-year-old boy who made headlines on social media. He decided by himself, all the way from Divundu, 200 kilometers from here. I don't know how did he hike, but by the grace of God, he got a hike. He said, I want to go and see my leader. And this boy is none other than John Kakua. He came and he overnight at Wimpy at the service station. Just imagine the difficulty that we face in Rundu in terms of crime. And this is a 30-year-old boy. Oyabungawe ya John Kakua yangashwara kudivundu. Wadipo. Kona chire kuufo kuna wangu. Kadipo. Nyaku dieni na mono paya, kangorondo, kupia diamanuki. Okay. Apparently he's coming. That is the hero. We were all scared when we heard about the news. We are going to go through. Ningetangopo? Yeah. And the only thing that we could do as leaders is to give him that dignified status, that this is the man who embarked upon a journey of Sam Nujoma. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Director of Ceremonies, I just want to share with you a very small token of appreciation, my encounter with the late founding father. When the late Honorable Ignatius Chouameni passed on, may his soul rest in peace, I was delegated by the founding father to read his message of condolences. To me, that is profound, and I will thank the founding father for that one. Director of Ceremony, Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, representing the Chief Mourner, the Nujoma family and the Kondombolo family, let me respectfully stand by the protocol as it was highly established by the Director of Ceremony. As the chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today to express our deepest gratitude on behalf of the people of Kavango East Region and Kavango West Region, including Angola as well. They are also here. As we gather here to pay tribute to the late founding father or founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safshuna Nujoma, we thank firstly the Almighty God for gifting us a leader of exceptional courage, vision, and conviction. Dr. Nuyoma's unwavering commitment to the liberation struggle, as it was mentioned by others, of our country from the chains of apartheid, and stand as a testament to his remarkable character and dedication to the people of Namibia. He led the struggle with unmatched bravery and the formation of the Swapo movement, which became the front line of freedom and independence for all Namibians. We shall forever be grateful for his leadership, which helped to bring an end to the injustices of apartheid regime. We also express our profound appreciation to the parents or the family of Dr. Nujoma, specifically Tatekulu Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Mekulu Helvi Mbingana Kondombolo. It was through their nurturing, guidance, and the values they instilled in him that we were fortunate to have a leader who personified integrity, unity, and the ideals of justice. His role as a unifier and a leader of the people remains one of his most enduring legacies. He emulated from his parents. We therefore, with conviction, we heartily thank the family of Nujoma and the Kondombolo family for giving us this patient. Our deepest gratitude goes to the widow of the founding presidents, Her Excellency, the founding First Lady, Mekulu Kavambo Teopoldine Kachimune Nujoma. We thank her for her immense sacrifice and support, particularly in a moment when standing by her husband was tense with danger. We all know that. Her strength, devotion, and the nurturing of their children and grandchildren have been invaluable contribution to the legacy of Dr. Nujoma. We thank the government of the Republic of Namibia and His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, the Chief Mourner, represented by Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, for declaring a period of mourning in honor of Dr. Nujoma, Nujoma's life, and for celebrating his immense contribution to our country. His role as a revolutionary leader who crossed many rivers and bridges in his pursuit of a free Namibia will never be forgotten. liberation struggle icons, war veterans, especially those who fought under the leadership of Dr. Nujoma during the exile struggle, and the brave members of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, who gave their lives for the liberation of this nation. We remember them and honor their sacrifice. Likewise, we pay tribute to our fallen heroes who laid down their lives so that we could enjoy the freedom we have today. It is with pride that we thank the government for selecting Kavango East Region. When I say Kavango East Region, it's also including Kavango West Region, Honorable Sir Kausik, as one of the 7 regions to host the State Regional Memorial Service. Because the late Nujoma believed that this region, when I say this region, I'm referring now to the 2, is a vital agricultural hub on which he recognized its agricultural significance and its role in ensuring food security for our nation. It is befitting that we come together here today to reflect on his legacy and offer our deepest respect for bestowing hope in our region. We thank Comrade Nujoma for that. Our heartfelt thanks goes to the Namibian Defense Force, the Navy, the Army, the Namibian Police, and all security agencies for their tireless efforts in ensuring the safe and dignified movement of the remains of our late president. Your dedication in honoring our fallen leader is deeply appreciated. We are grateful to the regional leadership under the esteemed leadership of Honorable Governor Bonifatus Wakudumo and her counterpart, Honorable Sirika Usiku, for their tireless work in ensuring that the Regional Preparatory Committee, under the coordination of Ms. Lutugela Nangura, our Chief Regional Officer, was established to oversee the whole operation relating to this event. Your efforts has been instrumental in making this day a reality, and we thank you for your commitment. To all who have contributed towards this event, both in cash and in kind, your generosity has made this occasion possible. Your support means more than words can express. We also extend our appreciation to the drivers who have helped transport our people to Rundu to be part of this historic event. Your contributions are again invaluable. This is very special now. A special thanks is due to the Swapo Party regional leadership under the very capable coordination of Comrade Ottilie Shinduvi for working in close collaboration with the preparatory committee as directed by the Secretary General, Comrade Sophia, to ensure the successful realization of this memorial service. Your patriotism and dedication to the ideology of Dr. Nujoma have been vital in bringing us together today. We further thank the Swapo Party for remaining steadfast in the vision of Dr. Nujoma, who led the movement through the darkest days of our history and who handed over leadership peacefully after Namibia's independence, ensuring the democratic transition we cherish today. Thank you, Swapo Party, and the entire rank and file, including Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. Thank you also as well. We are also deeply grateful to our traditional leaders, as others have mentioned, who continue to guide us with wisdom and strength. You have always been a pillar of support in times of sorrow and your leadership in honoring our departed hero is invaluable. Peter wetu opathicho, Hompa wetu, fumu na engopo adipano, tunamtumira thukumenena, kuiruana imuna kuruana, mukuchokeza, mukunda hanuenu, podieshi ni akare no mi, odhithi na roere. Tunamtumira shema thukumenena, mafumu wetu no Peter wetu opathicho. To all media houses, thank you for playing such a crucial role in disseminating information and educating the public about the life and legacy of our late founding president. We especially acknowledge NBC and the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology for their efforts in highlighting the life of Dr. Nujoma and sharing his extraordinary journey with the nation and the world at large. In conclusion, we thank our spiritual leaders for offering prayers and comfort during this time of mourning. Your presence and support bring us solace. As the Bible says in 1 Timothy chapter 5, verses 17, and I quote, "Let the elders who rule well be counted worthy of double honor, especially those who labor in the word of doctrine." End quote. Dr. Nuyoma's sacrifice his life for the betterment of others, and for this we honor him today and always. Finally, I wish to thank each and every one of you who has gathered here today, who has set aside your personal responsibilities to join us in honoring this great leader. Your presence here speaks volumes about respect and love for Dr. Nujoma and his endable legacy. I also wish to thank all the speakers, specifically Professor Joseph Diescho, tunamtumira shema thukumenena, kumangando mawa mnaamba, and the listeners, those are following over the radio, and also on various radio stations, televisions, and social media. Together we commemorate and celebrate the life of the man who gave his all for the freedom of Namibia. Thank you, our Director of Ceremonies, for your excellent guidance of today's event. Once again, thank you all, and may the spirit of Dr. Nujoma continue to guide and inspire us as we strive to build a prosperous Namibia for all. May the soul of our founding president rest in the revolutionary peace, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Damian Maambai, for moving the vote of thanks. May we have your attention at the stadium, please? At the pavilion, can we have your attention? Tumsogerere unene, tuasiki ko uhura weli kwamo, tumwenen tupuka manunu. Before I'm to call upon Comrade Patrick Haingura for the announcements, allow me, dear mourners, to invite the Honorable Governor for Kavango East, Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, just for a very short message.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremony. Let me stand on the protocol as already established. Mine will be very, very brief. And when the chairperson of the Regional Council, Honorable Damia Mayamba, he was moving a word of thanks, he mentioned something about the young boy who took the journey 200 kilometers from Divundu up to Rundu just to attend this memorial service of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Now, the story have touched the namesake of late Dr. Nujoma, Sam Nujoma Jr. and the other family members. So, and this story is trading on social media. So now, they felt to compel me just to make this some announcement, and also equally to encourage those who can do so to do as such. So the Sam Nujoma Jr. have placed 1,000 Namibian dollars for the boy now. I have the money. Dr. Elijah Ngurare have just WhatsApped also. What is this? Is it a WhatsApp or what is the money sent with email? With the e-wallet, yes. 1,000 Namibian dollar. Ndilimani Cultural Group have also give me 1,000 Namibian dollar. Comrade Desmond Samuela, a business person, have also give us 1,000 Namibian dollar. Currently, the boy is not attending school. So I was directed by Sam Nujoma Senior to General Multichelli. 1,000. Good. General Multichelli have drafted now also 1,000. The aim is to send the boy back to school. He is out of school. And we are going to make sure that one of the directors of ceremony, this is a promise from us, the regional leadership, on behalf of the Kavango East region, will make sure one of the directors of ceremony is the director of education. We will make sure that come Monday, this young boy need to be placed in the school. Tomorrow morning, the Office of the Regional Governor, in collaboration with the chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, we will make sure that we arrange a proper transport to transport this young boy back to his family so that we officially also can hand over this money to the family and make sure, as I promised Monday, the boy must go back to school. And those ones who are not maybe ready now to donate, the Office of the Governor is office, you can also do so. I thank you. Honorable Joseph Sivaku is also coming, the chairperson of the Kavango West Regional. I see they are consulting with the regional governor there. So let me wait. So far, we have 5,000 Namibian dollar. Dr. Kawana have also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollar. I did not consult my regional coordinators. He is also pledging 2,000 Namibian dollar. She is my very good sister. We know how we are going to sort it out. Can I close? May I close? No, okay, let me wait. There is a hand there. This is the legacy of late Dr. Sam Nujoma. He wanted people to attend school. He wanted the people to gain knowledge through education. That is God who touched the heart of the young boy. 13 years old, you go and wash somebody's car in exchange for money just to come and pay tribute to the fallen icon. Comrade Kaundenge, I don't know who is Comrade Kaundenge, is apparently from Kavango East Region, is also pledging 1,000 Namibian dollar. Thank you. I say it was 1,000, eh? Then the Chief of Staff of the Namibian Force, 1,500 Namibian dollar. Utoni Nujoma family, 1,000 Namibian dollar. Shinduvi have just brought the 2,000 Namibian dollar sketch is finished. Our ambassador Libeus in Tanzania also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollar. Ambassador, they are also listening. Yes, Chief of Defense, not Chief of Staff, but Chief of Defense. 1,500. Dr. Kawana also is paid cash. I think we are done now. Okay. Yeah. Ithete family have also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollars paid. Commissioner Shipango is pledging as his life coach for a period of 1 year. Chief of Defense also brought his 1,500 is done. Of Swapo Party, Sophia Shaningwa also pledged 1,000. Hafeni Haifene also, Comrade Hafeni Haifene also pledged 1,000. So it's not Utoni Nujoma family, but it's Utoni Nujoma self who pledged 1,000. Okay, looks like now, let us now do the last round. Then the rest, as I said, we can do it at the office level.
On behalf of Pamundiwetu Old Age Home and vulnerable kids, which is at Shambyu, we pledge 1,000 Namibian dollar.
On behalf of the Nampala family, we are pledging 3,000 Namibia dollars.
On behalf of the Asino family, we are pledging $1,000. And also, we got a message from Mr. David Shimwino pledging $1,000.
Very capable Chief Regional Officer for Kavango East Region, Comrade Lutgela Nangura, also pledged 4,000 Namibian dollars. DJ Remount also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollars. Remind. Okay, going to consolidate and sum up everything, then we'll give the correct, the letter, the total amount. So let us make sure that our event proceeds. Andrew Ngamo sent 1,000. Yeah.
What is his name?
Okay, thank you very much. Those ones who were not able to pledge, as I said, we can do it at the regional office. Yeah. Thank you. Army Commander of the Namibian Defense Force also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollars. And the last one is Prince Nujoma on the Nujoma family, also pledged 1,000 Namibian dollars. So I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Courage pays. Commitment pays. As a head for the Directorate of Education, Arts and Culture, we are going to ensure that the boy is in school by Monday. I'm told, I don't know, it's not yet confirmed. Apparently, the boy dropped out of school because it's a vulnerable child. He's living with their grandmother. My office is not informed. we are going to ensure that the boy receives education by Monday next week. I will now ask Mr. Haingura, the co-director of this ceremony, just to come and give some announcements. It's going to be very brief because there are other programs awaiting from the side of the media. After the announcements, kindly Reverend Chilunda Elizabeth be ready for the benediction.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, for inviting me back to the podium. Now follows the announcements, which I think is now even more important for the mourners at the pavilion. Can you now pay attention, please, this time around? Kwakumundura numakara ko pavilion, tumweneko tulipura kainiko agama diviso. Nasugu aras madiso kakara mulio nene kweni. Honorable Governor, being a director of ceremony, there's some immunity. And I have to take advantage of that. Someone who's watching this program live on TV sent me a text message. And that happens to be my brother, Haingura family in Walvis Bay. So they also pledged a 1,000 Namibian dollar. Thank you. Now then, the following announcements are as follow. This is now regarding the refreshment arrangements. Refreshment arrangements, brothers and sisters, dear mourners at the pavilion, please listen very carefully. It is going to be as follows. The main tent, the VIP tent, from here you will be moving to the Rundu Trade Fair Center. How that is going to happen is after the viewing of the body. So as you are proceeding to the viewing of the body, immediately you proceed to the Rundu Trade Fair Center. You will be served there. The rest of the tents, you have to remain seated in your tents. You will be served in your tents where you are seated. Kwa kundi rasi eineka kwa mako yokwame na yokuri myanguta awakara motende zoane kuto ndi wazigidwa aona watunda pana wazako Trade Fair Center ose vandambo navenye kuupako tatukare nimo monotende detu imona watu watera tuli myangute. Ano oyona ikahoroka komeho zoka tara skehandi apana kakudu mna skesa kovanto kuupako. Apana wakamana as soon as the dignitaries from the VIP tents are done with the viewing, because of time, they will start serving those who are in the other remaining tents. For a very simple reason. So the body will remain laying in state, so you have got enough time to view thereafter, after you have been served. Ipasi yo katara simpu, oyo natkairugana konyima apana wakatupa yokuli myanguta. Morwa, moktwara, moveta, momtwaidiwasi, mkuro nagosirongo, mpu mnaskakara mo masiku nagenye, siruo sinamanguru kire siruo sibepo sili natukaima na kuirugana na inyoyo. Then finally, with regard to the viewing of the dignitaries, there was special arrangement made to accompany or to escort the representative of the Chief Mourner. This will be the Ukumwe cultural group with a very special song that is normally performed when kind of burying a very elderly person traditionally. So they will do it here. That was a very special request for them to accompany the Chief Mourner and the family to start the viewing of the body. And the viewing is going to be as follows by the main dignitaries. We'll start first the Chief Mourner with the immediate families, and then the rest of the front row to start, and we'll go accordingly until we are done with the main tent. So then thereafter, as we are viewing, as I said, we proceed to the Rundu Trade Center for that other special arrangements. I think I'm done.
Yaro, pandu na pandura kompito zokuhulira, potu guane erekero nuntungi, tukatukeni na tuwenye, tuguane erekero nuntungi. Ewa tulinunu pikeni kospara sakarunga, age aturekere nuntungi. Hompa amrekere nuntungi age annomene, Hompa anzeresere spara sendi age amfiren kenda. Hompa atarese spara sendi kweni namvenye age angaunu nembiri zendi. Medina jakarunga guhe nelijomna nelijompepo zokpongoka. Amen. Pandu.
Thank you, Reverend Chilunda Elizabeth, for the benediction. Tumweneni simpe, tumweneni. Simpe, tumweneni. I would like to announce the collection by this evening that was done by the Honorable Governor. So far, a total amount of 31,500 Namibian dollar has been collected. Thank you, Honorable Governor. If I could be given the name of the boys, I could have announced for the people to know the names of the boy and the village. May we all remain standing as we sing the AU and the national anthem. May we all remain standing, especially at the pavilion. Snenepone makara ko pavilion kuna kumuhundira sisi kameni. Kapina moneka na wapo mhowo nyapange sitatu iwapeke skameni nam wenye tupu oguna hingira twakona kugawa mfumwa kependa lyetu lya mangurura sirongo setu sa Namibia estwa kujobwa na ngesi. We remain standing as I invite the head for the security cluster to take over from us to direct the viewing of the body. May we be seated for a while? My apology. Tuhingireni. Of our tent to start giving us some items. All the choir members, Yako Kangai and all other choir groups, kindly, with time to be taken into consideration, can you come to the left side of the tent where we are standing. Thank you. Ukumwe, come forward. Ukumwe, we are waiting for you on the right side. We are also requesting the bidder that provided us with this tent where we are standing currently. If you are around, we are looking for you. Can you come forward? The bidder that provided us with the tent where we are currently standing, may you come forward. Any representative of Nkatu Pira tents, can you come forward? Nkatu Pira tents, can you come forward?
lelo unai njambi akutambule dokasema Nujoma Nujoma
Lelo unai jambi ya kutambule
mwatunyunga wino mwatulela wino lelo munai njambi akutambule watunyunga wino watulela wino lelo unai njambi akutambule
watunyunga wino watulela wino lelo unai jambi ya kutambule watunyunga wino watulela wino lelo unai jambi ya kutambule
wapalale anzita yakele muchifuti mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi wapalale sanzita yakele muchifuti mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi
wapalale sanzita yakele muchifuti mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi wapalale sanzita yakele muchifuti mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi
muchi ulo chanjambi mono uime
mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi
mono uime
mono uime muchi ulo chanjambi
unatusezela kulila kulila unatusechili kulila
kulila kulila unatusezela kulila unatusezela
unatusezela usiwa Take him home, my oh Lord. Take him home, my oh Lord. Take him home, oh my oh Lord.
Take him home, my oh Lord. Take him home, my oh Lord. Take him home, my oh
to come for viewing of the body, as we have now almost come towards the end of our program for this evening. Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, and at the same time the representative of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the bereaved family of the Nujoma and Kondombolo family, Honorable Governor of Kavango East, Honorable Bonifatus Wakudumo, Honorable Governor for Kavango West, Honorable Sirka Hausiku, all the chairperson for both Kavango East Regional Council and Kavango West Regional Council, the regional councillors from Kavango East and Kavango West, as well as the local authority councillors, dear mourners, we have now come towards the end of our program. Before I invite the Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana, I need to make a very important announcement. As we come forward to view the body, no one is allowed to take pictures. For us to adhere to this, no one should carry a cell phone in your hand. All cell phones in our bags or somewhere else. It is a criminal offense if one is to be found taking a picture of the casket. Kindly let us adhere to this. Mbunga zeguo, ngesiruweze runasikimo, omwana katupa mpito, tuvure kuwiza, ipo, tuyatarero kuhwililira. Spara, sana kufa, mufuma dekwa, presidente gwetu, ndokotora, Sem Shafishuna Nujoma. Ipo wana kutuhundira asi, kutupu oguno wiza, no funguna oyafaneke, kenye oguna waigwanena, tokarasta wakukwama ono watuka veta ezizakarapo. Turuganene ninye kumwe, momo tuawiza, ngombunga zeguo, nga tukareni simpe na ngangoso. It is now my single honor, with humility, that I invite Honorable Dr. Albert Kawana to be followed by the Honorable Governors. The front row is invited to come and pave the way for viewing of the body. The whole front row. Drivers, get ready immediately after viewing our political leadership. Have to get into their respectable vehicles that they are to be taken to Rundu Trade Fair. Drivers, get ready. Whoever is responsible for the order in terms of how the vehicle should line up, kindly get ready. After viewing, we proceed towards the north. Drivers, get ready.
Royal mourners now viewing the body of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. In terms of that, of course, bringing our time to exactly about 90 minutes past 8 o'clock. We know we've got the 8 o'clock news standing by. But what a beautiful service coming in, a memorial from the Kavango East Region, of course, setting the pace for a number of similar memorial services that will be taking place, let's say, in the next few days. And that brings us to the end, of course, of our coverage of the Zambezi, not the Zambezi rather, but the Kavango East Memorial Service. Tomorrow, we're heading over to the Zambezi region at early in the morning, of course, until 6 o'clock. The body will be lying in state for tonight. So this process will run until early in the morning, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, where the members of public will, of course, have the opportunity to go to the Rundu Sports Stadium and go and view the body and, of course, say goodbye for the last time. And that will happen until 6 in the morning tomorrow. So anytime between now and tomorrow morning, you're welcome to go to Rundu Sports Stadium. Now, early in the morning, tomorrow morning, then the procession will move along as they will head out to the Mpacha Airport in Katima Mulilo, where Katima Mulilo Sports Stadium, of course, will be the next space where the memorial will be held tomorrow. We're expecting the casket to arrive at around 9 o'clock in the morning and then proceed to the stadium after that. And, of course, the expectation is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the memorial service will officially begin as well. That will be officiated, of course, the welcoming remarks by the regional governor there as well. And the representation for the Chief Mourner will, of course, also be stood in. That's tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for Katima Mulilo. Until then, it's time for us, of course, to say goodbye to you and bring you the news that for the 8 o'clock news bulletin. But we'll be back bright and early tomorrow at 6 o'clock as we give you coverage and continue to bring you the different memorial services that are taking place across the country in celebration of a revolutionary, an icon of democracy globally, a Pan-Africanist, the founding father of the Republic of Namibia, the architect of the government, the state as we know it today. I'm Ricardo Ngogosep and the rest of the crew here in Studio 2. It's bye-bye.